How are the runs going? I mean, no runs have happened yet. We literally just started. But I mean, last week the runs in Spelunky, well, they existed. There were some runs. They didn't go very well. But I mean, I overshot 69th place on Moss ranking. This isn't gonna mean anything to anyone who doesn't know what Spelunky is, but I did too well is the problem, and I need people that are better than me to get better scores so I can get to 69th place on Moss ranking. That's all I'm gonna say. Anyways, yeah, Arp, this is one of the songs you suggested. I'm glad I looked into that playlist. There were a couple like really good ones in there that I added for Astroneer. Tide Pods of Bleach. Alright, I gotta do the disclaimer. I gotta do it. I'm sorry, I'm a streamer. I am an influencer. Don't put Tide Pods in your mouth. Do not. It is a joke. Chat member Captain Meister does not actually want you to do that. Okay, I'm done. That's the end of the safety message. What place am I? I think I'm 66th. Unless somebody else already pushed me down a rank. I mean, 66 is a nice number, I guess, but it ain't no 69. So anyways, our tethers have been replaced with, like, growths instead and pumpkins on top, because I guess that just happens automatically during these events. So first, before I take off and start doing the farming simulator content, this is what I was doing off stream. As is often the case, I did building of things that we had already seen me work on. So for instance, I smoothed out this hole a little bit down here. Then over here I did a bunch of like extensions to the storage. So like last you saw the storage, the side on the right here was the only thing that existed. I basically built the entire thing out all the way up to the wall and carved out some additional space for it. But it's just the same thing that you saw before. I just added these extra racks to the side of it. Because again, I don't want to stream myself doing this for 6 hours when it's just the same thing that I was doing live on stream, just copy pasted multiple times. So that was the off-stream grinding that I did pretty much. Then I topped off my storage rack full of like construction equipment. But as far as actually missing any content, you didn't really miss much of anything here. And as for the train system, we'll be complaining about that later because we love complaining on this stream. But for now, this is kind of the tentative sorting system that I have here. You saw a very short version of this. I extended it to go a little bit further for the materials that are supported right now. We will eventually be extending this storage all the way down to the end with every material in the game. That's the plan here. But we have an event, and I want to do the event content, so we're going to start off with that instead. So for anyone who doesn't know what the event did, the primary focus of it is that they added this farming incentive, where you're supposed to grow a bunch of crops and then send them into space, and then you get rewards for it. So we're going to bust this bad boy out again and just put it over here, because this is probably where I'm going to do my farming related shenanigans. So let's open this thing up. This is what I was using to send like the aluminum into space during prior streams. Now they want different stuff, and if you could read this incomprehensibly blurred font, like even I'm having trouble reading what this text says. It's basically saying I need to submit like farm points. And you get farm points by sending certain plant byproducts into space. So we're going to call this thing down. Oh, by the way, I got rid of the ceiling up here, so it should actually be bright, chat, and you can see now. The whole base has been carved out into a nice, cute-looking hole in the ground. I do not work for NASA. Thank you for asking, though. But anyways, there's a little picture of like a few different materials here, and these are just plant materials, but we need to find the plants first. So in order to do that, we're going to get in the tractor. And the plants kind of retroactively generate during these updates. This is something Astroneer does with a lot of their updates. If they add content, any areas you haven't explored in the game are liable to have that content like kind of retroactively added to them, even if you already have a save running, which is really cool, and I'm glad they do that. So it means I don't have to make like a new world to get new content that they added. So we're looking for a few things here, but the key thing that we're looking for is the plants. So I need to find my silo full of other crap. I don't remember where it is. I'm already blind. I need to find the silo with Usagi on it, which I think I might have left over here. Ah, here it is. We'll be seeing what I'm going to do with that other rover later. For now, let's use this one because we need to go look for a couple things. So I'm going to need packagers because there's a few things I need to collect here. And then Usagi, you'll notice, has a seed because Usagi's actually going to get used for what I'm doing here. So Usagi's going in the inventory. Blessed day for Soviet. Usagi's #1 and possibly only fan. So for anyone who hasn't seen this, we're going to start off strong here. We're going right into the flying machine. And I'm essentially looking for two things. I need these cauldron props that they added so that I can actually create the plant fuels that I'm sending into space, and I need to find the plants themselves. Usagi greater than cosine, that's rude. But possibly fair, honestly. Hello, Azazel. Alright, so let's just flip this bad boy over. Most of you have seen this before, but I think every now and then there's someone in chat who hasn't seen this yet. Let's carefully align our camera angle. I'm trying to grab the tip of the winch through that text box, put it right about... I think that's good. This is not the camera angle I usually use. We'll see if this causes problems. Does Usagi have an OnlyFans? I don't. This is already getting weird. We just started and we're already talking about Usagi's OnlyFans. Look, you chat, you do whatever. I'm not going to judge your kinks. Usagi might work for NASA. Don't know if that's what you're talking about, but I'm just gonna make that statement out of nowhere. I think I just mixed two unrelated chat messages together. I'm a bad streamer. Anyways, let's whip out this bad boy. So for anyone who doesn't know what I'm about to do, I'm gonna fly between planets using this flying machine. I could just use a rocket. I don't need to do that, but I like to do this every stream because I think it's more interesting than using the damn rockets. So here's this. I've showed this once before, but here's the diagram that I made showing where the planets actually are. We are down here on Calidor, specifically this side of Calidor right here is where we're located. This event added plants. It added them to Calidor, Atrox, and Sylva. I want to go to Atrox because we haven't been there much and maybe it's interesting. It probably has like a more rare version of the plants. I don't really know yet. I keep calling them plants even though I know what they are because maybe somebody in chat hasn't seen it yet and it'll be more interesting this way. But we're going to fly to Atrox. And what that essentially means is from where I am on the surface of Calidor, I need to fly up towards the North Pole, but also like off to the east. So I'm going to kind of head off in this general direction to get to Atrox is what we're going to try to do with this flying machine. Because this is where the planets actually are in the game engine. They're just not rendered until you get closer to them. Except for the unidentified satellite for some reason, which is always there. So case in point, if I go back into the video game and see if I can get the camera angle for this. Need to move up a little bit. There it is. That is the satellite right there that I was talking about. That always exists once you have unlocked it by unlocking the core of one planet. So if you can technically fly to this at any point that you want to with one of these flying machines. The satellite's always there. But that's not what we're here to do. We're here to go to Atrox, which is over in that direction. So this is where we're going to be headed. And hopefully I don't screw this up. I have not screwed this up for a while. Let's see how this goes. And as far as this flying machine is concerned, it's literally a winch attached to the rover, pulling the rover forward, because we love troll science around here. Alright, off we go. So graceful. Okay, I think I have the correct angle here. It's a little hard to see Atrox, because you can see the space elevator over there that goes to Sylva. I might show that off later. Atrox doesn't have a space elevator, so I'm kind of flying blind in the direction that I'm pretty sure Atrox is going to be in. But there should be a fairly low risk of me actually getting lost, because I have not really been having much trouble with this. I've gotten used to doing this, for better or worse. And there's Atrox. Alright, so for these events, I believe they add like an aurora effect over these planets to show like where they added the new content. So I'm looking to see if it generates it or not. If not, I could just land somewhere and just kind of go looking for it. I think it might be on the opposite side of the planet. So we'll fly around for a little bit. I have to say this every stream as well. This thing is extremely difficult to control. It goes forward. It accelerates at all times, and the camera randomly pulls in different directions. So it's very frustrating. I've just been doing this for ages. Also, there's the aurora I was talking about. I don't know if that's like the North Pole or whatever. Skill issue. It would be a skill issue if I was unable to fly this thing. But I am most definitely capable of controlling this thing through hours of experience. There's no skill issue here. Let's see you do it. Let's see you do better. Anyways, we're flying to that aurora over there, which is very hard to see because every frame that I'm not moving the camera, it tries to pull up towards a different angle, so it is making it very difficult for me to actually point to things for chat, but this is where we're going right now. So we're going to do a little bit of litho breaking here because there's no actual like impact damage in this game. I just need to hit the planet, and then from there we can do adjustments and land exactly where we want to. And if I overshoot it, which is a little bit of a skill issue, we just have to turn around and go back. And we overshot it. Okay, you can say skill issue now. It's okay, we'll get this eventually. It's super easy. I play it up for content. If you had any idea how difficult these are to control. For anyone who wants to know what the control scheme is for an airborne rover, you can configure it, but I have it configured to pitch and roll. Pitch being look up and down, roll being like rotate, like I rotate around the forward axis. I don't want to say rotate left or right because that's ambiguous. There's a way to configure it in the options, but those are the ones that are more akin to like flight simulators, and calling this game a flight simulator is an insult to actual flight simulators. But essentially that's the control scheme I'm using here, except I have an aircraft that can't throttle down is pretty much what we're dealing with right now. And the camera randomly pulls in a different direction. Microsoft Flight Simulator, eat your heart out. Alright, so we're trying to go in roughly the direction of where that Aurora was, with an elegant tumble. I think it was over here somewhere. And that should be where it generated all the new plants. So that's what I'm looking for. I don't think they spawn much of anywhere else on the planet. So I'm going to do a little bit more flying around. And see if we can spot any. Oh, marble. Hold up. Hold up, never mind. Priorities, chat. Marble. They did something to the marbles in this update, apparently. I don't know what it was. It was all, like, redacted and, like, weird looking. So we definitely want to grab more of these. Oh, it looks like the pumpkins spawn everywhere, so maybe it's just the cauldron things that specifically spawn under the Aurora. Or maybe the Aurora doesn't mean anything, I don't know. Hey, we found a marble. Didn't even need Usagi for that. All you can see is how bad I am at controlling it. If only you knew how fucking difficult it is to control these things. Alright, so anyways, while we're down here, let's go ahead and gather these pumpkins. So these are the new plants that they added, because I guess Halloween is coming up, and I don't know. I don't know what the variants are for these pumpkins. I think last year they did this, there were different types. I'm assuming that the best one is on Aatrox. I could have just gotten them on Calidor. But we're going to be able to farm a ton of these, so I don't really need very many seeds. I'm just gathering a few to see if they drop any seed variants. Okay, I don't know why the slots are being really finicky there. So let's just grab like a handful of these. Let's grab this one. Yeah, it looks like they're all just the same type of seed, though visually I think some of the seeds look different. This one's a little lumpy, so maybe they grow into different variations of the pumpkins. Now we're looking for the Cauldrangia, I think is what they called this thing, because everything in this game is just like a pun on some other name. And this is the thing I think might only spawn near the Aurora, so once I can get unstuck from these tentacles, I will be able to fly back up and go to where I wanted to land originally. And then we'll be able to collect a couple of those, package them up, and take them back to the home base. And I might stop by Sylva to see if they have like a different like pumpkin variant there, just in case. Because I mean, why not? We gotta collect them all, right? Alright, so I need to go high up enough to see if I can spot the Aurora. I kind of overshot it big time. Definitely not my finest flying. There it is. I didn't even think it was in that direction. Oh, I definitely messed this one up. Thank you, Adam. Rocket indeed. We don't need the actual shuttles in this game when we have this thing. Are the shuttles faster? Yes. Are they easier to control? Absolutely. Are they fun? No, not in the slightest. And that's why we're flying this thing. And I'm keeping an eye out for marbles. Like I said, shuttles, if you're actually playing this video game and you don't want to get embedded in walls, you probably want to use the shuttles. I'm just saying. I'm just stubborn. No, it's not an uh-oh. I just have to dig out the wall, increase my save pile slightly. It's fine. We just got to get over there. That's all we got to do. It's a little further. And then hopefully this is where these things spawn. Because again, I don't actually know for sure where they spawn in. Let's see if we spot anything unfamiliar. I know it is impossible to see anything, chat, because it's dark and foggy. Don't worry, I also can't see anything. So I'm like squinting off into the distance, looking for the thing that might have generated in this biome. And if it didn't generate, then we gotta go look for it somewhere else. It's... Oh, there's one. Okay, no, we're good. Turn the lights on. The lights are on. It's foggy. It doesn't help. The draw distance on this planet is just really low. There's nothing I could do about that. Don't worry about that recall failed thing, by the way. I'll explain what that is later. And I will complain about it as well, and maybe the devs will actually fix it. But basically, that is my sorting system across the void of space on the other side of the solar system. That's my sorting system complaining that I'm too far away. There's another marble down there. I need to park my ride where it won't fly away. Because even if I get out of this vehicle, it is still trying to fly away from me, so I need to make sure it's actually stuck on something. Alright, so this is the thing that we want. They added a bunch of like hostile plants around it or something. I mean, I could just pick it up, but I kind of want the wacky looking platform that goes under it, so I do need to deal with the plants. I mean, I can just probably run in and ignore them. I have the snail that gives you God mode, so I can actually just ignore these. And just pick this up and leave. There we go. Alright, we got one of these. I'd like to get at least a couple of these. Head back over to the rover. Yeah, there is a snail that gives you God mode in this game. It's kind of broken, honestly. So I literally don't have to care about one of the few things that can actually kill you in this game. But what are you going to do? They put it in the game. I'm going to abuse it. Alright, so we want to look for one more of those. And then there's a marble down in one of these ravines. That one over there. Right there, there's a marble. So we're going to go pick that up as well. What is a Noag? Worse than Usagi? I don't know. Usagi, I still am upset with Usagi for being useless for as long as it was. But I don't know anything about Noak. I don't know the in-depth Brutal Orchestra lore for that character. Or maybe it's just a type of enemy. I don't honestly know. Anyways, there's a marble. Wait, is this a new one? Hypno. Do I have a Hypno yet? I don't think I've seen this one yet. I didn't know they added this. Oh, gimme. Alright, so there was exactly one of those cauldron things over there. So I'm hoping that the game just generates more of them in that biome. Maybe the aurora just signifies that the planet has something new on it and not the specific area. So we're going to go to another one of those like flat plateau biomes. And I'm just kind of like looking around. There's one. I'm looking around eyeballing for where these cauldrons are. Because I want to get like 2 or 3 of them. Probably 2 would be fine. I could probably get more if I need to. Don't mind the frame rate. Actually, let me fix that. That's going to be a problem. We're getting into frame rate crust territory, so unfortunately I do need to start lowering graphical quality because this game is destroying my computer. You have to have a drowsy. I mean, I just got a Hypno, so I don't know what to tell you, dude. I did not get a drowsy. I traded for it. I just skipped straight to it. Alright, so I did spot it. I wasn't able to even able to put my cursor over it before it fell off screen, but it was over here. Not in this pit. That's just me being bad at driving. Skill issue. Charizard. Wait, is that a native Twitch emote? I didn't even know that existed. And they had so many global emotes that I didn't even know were there. There it is. This thing right here. If I fall into this pit again, I think I'm just going to climb up and grab it. Yeah, I did not even know we had a bunch of Pocket Man's emotes now. Yeah, let's go up and grab a couple of these. Oh my god, how many did they add? Is there like an event or something happening right now? Alright, let's grab a little of that. Let's pick that up. Just take this with me. I don't see any more, so I think we're just going to go with the 2. Recall failed. That's going to be happening for the whole stream, so get used to it. What's with the low gravity? Do you mean for the rover or for me? The rover is a flying machine. I have a winch attached to this rover that is basically giving it the ability to fly. With a very carefully attached winch on the front that is stuck to... Can't really show it. Stuck right there to the underside of the rover. That's why this is able to fly. October event. It's not even October yet, is it? Or okay, I'm getting mixed messages. The Pokemans have been here for a while, or it's an October event right now. Unless we're talking about Astroneer's October event, which is what I'm doing right now. But yeah, to answer your question, the rover has low gravity because of the winch. I don't have low gravity. Everything else is normal. The rover pulls itself with troll science. This is a magnet on a fishing rod pulling a red wagon, and I'm sitting in the red wagon. That's literally what this is. This is the troll science analogy I always use for this. because this game's physics engine is definitely a physics engine. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and take off now. And what I need to do is see if I can locate Sylva. And I want to go to Sylva real quick. Haven't heard of that winch thing before. As far as I'm aware, I'm the only person that actually figured out how to do this. I'm not gonna say for sure that I am, but I had also never seen anybody do this. I basically, through trial and error, figured out how to do this myself. It's possible that somebody else has figured it out, but I think most people that are dicking around with winches in this game will basically just attach the winch to a random spot on their rover. They will fly off into the void of space and die, and then write it off as a funny meme. But the thing is, if you put the winch in this exact spot, you can actually control the vehicle with extreme difficulty and get it to go where you want it to. And that's what I'm doing with this. So winches are fantastic. And what we're looking for right now is Sylva. Where is Sylva, you ask? Not over there. And also, this is not Calidor. Those are fake planets. I'm actually looking around the void of space to see if I could spot the space elevator. And if I don't have any luck with that, I do know how to find my way. Okay, I think we found something over here. But I'm looking for rail lines, because rails generate or render from any distance for some reason, and it's hard to see them on the stream quality, but I could spot them if I look closely. And right now we're going towards a cluster of rails. Hopefully these are the ones on Sylva, though I don't see the space elevator, so I think I might be going the wrong direction. Yeah, I think we wound up on Glacio. So let's go ahead and land on Glacio and then get our bearings. Yeah, I have a couple of VODs if you're interested in the more technical nonsense I've been doing. We have flying machines on this save. I towed a probe through space. Like the Apollo 11 lander is on Calidor now instead of De Solo. And yeah, there's a space elevator. I spent like 6 hours building the space elevator. Alright, anyways, I want to go to a gateway so I can get my bearings and figure out where I need to be headed. There's nothing new on this planet, so we don't need to really do anything here. And I could use these gateways to figure out where I need to go next. I'm trying to get to Sylva right now, so I just have to figure out the gateway that points to Sylva, which I have written down on some notes. Okay, so we're at the south gateway. I guess I could have figured that out with the compass, couldn't I? Okay, it's actually not where I want it to be. That makes this difficult, because I don't know which equator gateway I need to go to. Link to the VODs. Oh, let's see here. There's the Apollo one. I don't think I made a command for the space elevator. I don't know. One of the mods want to go dig that out. You just click on my channel and go to the highlights page, and it should show you a VOD of the space elevator. Anyways, I need to go to one of the equator gateway nodes to see if I can figure out where Sylva is, because they're all numbered, and the planet that's above each gateway is always consistent. So I just need to find one of those gateways. Or I might be able to visually spot Sylva if I get lucky here. And it's not rendering. And when you load the save, sometimes stuff hasn't started to render in yet, so I might not be able to see the space elevator until I get closer to it. It's a little inconsistent. I might just honestly circle around Glacio until I find it. Yeah, this is not working. Yeah, this isn't working. Alright, let's go ahead and touch down on the equator. Micah Dale, thank you for the follow. Oh, never mind, I see it. There's the space elevator and a recall failed prompt. So that's Calidor. Sylva is right here. You might be able to see a little bit of these little noodles. These are rail lines from the space elevator running between Calidor and Sylva. Sylva is this bump here, and Calidor is that one. The home base is on Calidor, for anyone who's just stopping by. We need to go to Sylva because they added some pumpkins to that planet. You got beaten. I appreciate both of your efforts, but yeah, that's the space elevator VOD. It doesn't show the building process, but I mean, I do have stream VODs. If you actually want to see how I built it, you'll have to dig through the stream VODs to see that. It took 6 hours. I don't have specific highlights of key moments for the space elevator. I don't have a YouTube channel or anything, because YouTube is a soul-crushing endeavor, and I don't want to commit the time to doing that. Maybe at some point, but not right now. So unfortunately, you do have to dig through Twitch highlights, but I did set them up as highlights, so they should last forever. They're just Twitch highlights, which means you have to use the crusty Twitch player, which works most of the time, but it's still Twitch. Also, the chat probably got deleted by now, so you don't get to see all the funny chat messages I didn't read while I was doing that. Let's dig that out. Because, you know, storing video data is A-okay. Storing chat messages, nah, too much data. Don't have room for that in our servers. Alright, so anyways, here we are. Sylva. I'm looking for pumpkins to see if there's a different variant of the pumpkins on this particular planet. And maybe we'll find another cauldron plant or something as well. I think I just saw one of those cauldrons, and there's some pumpkins. Okay, so I could go back and dig that one out. Let's get the pumpkins out of the mountain biome first. Up we go. Alright, what do we got here? These are also wild sturdy squash. I think it might be the same ones on every planet, in which case I'm not sure what the point of going to Aatrox is. Maybe to get the other plants that you're supposed to use for the event? Yeah, these look like the same seeds. Yeah, I think these are the same seeds. There doesn't seem to be a distinction. Like, some of them are lumpy and some of them are smooth. I think these might grow into different variations, but it looks like any of the wild ones could give me that. So we're not going to worry about looking for more of these. Let's just go get the Cauldrangia. Rare when you're made to feel like a noob at... I'm assuming that's an autocorrect for Astroneer. Okay, yeah, there you go. I'm getting good at reading, like, predicting autocorrects. I'm happy you like this then. I try to play this game, like, with a scientific mindset. And what I mean by that is I'm not just doing the objectives and beating the game. I'm trying to, like, abuse every game mechanic that seems interesting. So things like automated factories, flying machines, space elevators, anything that I think I can do within a reasonable time span in this playthrough, I'm intending to do that on stream. Because I've already beaten the game, essentially. I actually do have all of the geometric triptychs, or whatever they're called, like, socketed on the satellite. I just haven't activated it yet. Because I don't care. Beating this game is for babies. The real end game is actually, like, doing weird stuff like this. So this is how I like to play it. Dan phone? Are you Dan? I mean, you don't have to give the phone back if your name is in fact Dan. Silly autocorrect. Let's see. So anyways, I'm looking for the space elevator right now, by the way. Let's see. It's on the south pole of the planet, so we're going in the opposite direction. When do I create enough dynamite? That is one of the things we're not going to be doing. Not because I don't want to do it. I am going to show off explosives at some point during these streams. Like, large explosions, not just, like, single dynamite explosions. But the problem is, they lag and basically make your game unplayable, and then the planets in this game are so big that you basically can't actually blow one up without making your save unplayable, is the problem. It would take an extremely long time to actually demolish one of these planets with explosives, and you would not be able to play the game anymore because of how big your save file would get and how many entities would be spawned in. Dan will have to catch you in the flying rover. Well, Dan doesn't stand a chance then, because these things can go anywhere. Including the void of space. Forever. Well, not forever. Your game will eventually kill you. In fact, I need to show off the Space Kraken at some point. If you do fly too far off into the void with one of these rovers, the game will eventually delete it and kill you. And I don't know when exactly that's going to happen. I should, like, make a scum save and show that off at some point. So anyways, that's a rail line that you're seeing right there between these two planets. That's the space elevator I was talking about. We'll actually ride the space elevator later. For now, I was just using it as a visual aid to get over to back to Calidor. Everybody tries blowing up planets. Yeah, that too. I had my planet blowing up phase. And it's interesting. Like, again, I'm going to show off, like, creating a silo of silos of, like, hydrogen and blowing it up just to show chat, like, what the crater looks like for anyone who hasn't seen that. But we're not going to spend an entire stream trying to blow up a planet because it really isn't that interesting after a while, and it is super tedious. Like, it would be in survival mode, which is a little bit more, I guess, special than just doing it in creative like a lot of people do. In creative mode, you can literally just automate, like, resource plinths to constantly spawn dynamite and blow up things. Like, it's dumb. There's not really a good reason. Oh, we need to go to that. We need to go to that. There might be new content there. I think I see a gravity globe. Hold on. I'm getting distracted. But yeah, we will blow up planets, but only a little bit. We'll make a crater somewhere just to show it off and say that, yeah, this is what that looks like, and then move on. Because it is interesting, but only for a little while. Space elevators are way more interesting than blowing shit up. Which is a weird thing to say, because in any other situation, I would definitely be more interested in blowing things up. But, nah, not in this game. Alright, so anyways, we got a couple things here. We can get another one of these cauldrangias, so this will be our fourth one. I think we'll stop picking them up at this point, because we shouldn't need any more than that. I probably am only going to use one or two anyways. Just dig this bad boy out, ignore the deadly plants. Because the danger system in this game is a joke. Might as well grab a few of these, even though I don't need bites. Alright, and where are the packages? Specifically the side packages. I want to grab the packages on like the back of the mullet for the silo before I grab the ones on the afro. Alright, get that one. Yeah, it would make the save file huge, but I'm actually more concerned, Adam, about the entities that spawn. Every time you create a crater, any like organic, any like minerals or whatever that are in the soil, they get dropped as items. And you end up with like thousands of like loose items floating in the void of space, reducing your frame rate. Because the physics engine doesn't update them, thankfully, unless you get like close to them, but they still sit there, rendering, causing lag, in a game that already doesn't perform very well to begin with. It's not a good time. Anyways, this is one of the new things they added. I'm glad I found one of these really quickly. Gravity globe. I don't actually know what this thing does, so what we're going to do is we're going to package it and take it home, and we'll mess around with that once we get back to the base. I think I have a slot for it. Oh, it's a large item that fits into a small slot. Okay, that's rare. There's not very many items that do that. There's very few items that do that, actually. I think the shelter does that as well, but there's not very many other things that do that. I don't see anything else I want here, but I'm gonna look around for a second because they did add a few new items to these. See, there's some scrap. I mean, I could grab all this stuff, I suppose, if I want. I don't really need any of this. I'll just grab the dynamite because dynamite go boom. I don't even need dynamite. I have so much stuff at the home base. Oh, we'll probably be blowing stuff up at some point. Might as well collect it. Fiber usually helps with loose items. Thank you for being here, Soviet. Oh, there's a space elevator. I lost track of where I am. I think I'm on the wrong side of it. Alright, so we're going back to the home base right now. And the rover is actually getting harder to control. And I think this happens because the physics engine... I think the winch slowly like misaligns itself with the bottom of the rover. So after a while, it actually gets almost impossible to control it. And I have to detach the winch and set it up again. But I think we'll be fine for this particular trip. I didn't go too far. So I just need to get just over this ridge. Oh my god, I just barely skimmed that one. Right, a little further. The base I have is on the equator. You saw somebody find a large solar array in the wild. This update may scrap a lot more worthwhile. Is my stream shitting the bed right now? Hold on a second. Hold on. I just saw some huge frame drops. Let me see if I'm losing packets. Or if that was just a CPU lag. Okay, we're smooth now. Yeah, I don't know what that was. That might have been CPU lag. Do let me know if you see my stream getting like super choppy. Oh no, never mind, it is crusting. Alright, hold on. Hold on, technical difficulties. Alright. We've attempted the tried and true technique of turn it off and on again. Are we good? Did it fix itself? Will I ever have reliable internet? Tune in next season to find out. One FPS in a dream. Well, I mean, nothing is moving right now. Alright, it's showing me full bitrate. I think I actually needed to restart my modem, so I'm gonna drop the message now. There we go. There's the chat message. All right, thank you, Comcast. That was not Twitch. That was Comcast. So just let it be known. I enjoy complaining about things, but you need to complain about the correct things. That was Comcast that did that. I don't know why. All I did was fucking restart my modem, and it's fine now. Maybe it fixed itself during the restart. I have no idea. You can never tell this kind of stuff. But there's no packet loss. What's the proof? I don't look, man. I don't know. I don't have proof. But it's a very probable cause that it was Comcast. Alright, I think we're back. So anyways, I think, let's see. Megadale, I think, had to leave. Let's see, what did I miss? I didn't get any chat messages during the minute or so that it was restarting. So between when Captain said F and then said hi, if anybody said anything in chat, I didn't see that because my internet was down during the reboot. So hopefully no one said anything important there. I'm going to scroll back up. I'm going to answer all the questions while I drive back to the base. And then we'll resume what I was doing, and hopefully this won't happen again. Please shout out in the chat if you see more problems. I do want to know about this. Anyways, let's get the music back up and running. Fucking Comcast. So let's see. I'm going all the way back up to where this currently started happening, and we'll slowly read through these messages. Actually, no, we're not going to read through the messages yet because I need to actually get back to the base so I don't just lose control. Then I'll read the chat messages. I just need to drive up this sheer cliff real quick. See if I can ram it. I just need to get one of the wheels up the side of the cliff, and then I should be able to drive up the rest of it. Oh, come on. Come on, you're almost there. Up. Up a little more. Don't make me get out and push. There it goes. Alright, there's the home base. Yeah, the winch is getting really feisty right now. I definitely need to retension it. Oh my god, beautiful. Stuck the landing. Okay, chat, let's see what we missed here. Let's see, we were having problems. A terrible fiber joke. Alright, so starting here, this is where we started having problems. You saw somebody find a large solar array in the wild. I have two. God, man, I wish you were still here for this. I don't know, maybe you're gonna watch the VOD. I have two solar arrays on top of the gateway right now. The one from Sylva and then the one that spawns on Calidor. I towed both of them up there because I could, and they have been providing probably almost all the power for this base. Let me turn off the winch so I can go look around the base a little bit. There we go. Our winch is turned off. Grab our silo of stuff. I'll get the other items later. But anyways, there's a solar array here, and then there's one on the other side over here that I've been using. That's providing like 250 units of power or something for the base right now. So it's kind of ridiculous. Let's see, I explained how I was navigating it, but for anyone who doesn't have access to chat, I control the rover by pitching it with W and S and then rolling it with A and D, and it always thrusts forward. And then also turns in a random direction because this game's physics engine is bad, and I think the rover is trying to like level itself out somehow. It's a mess. But it's very difficult to control, but I can usually get it to do what I want it to. And so I'm just topping off all the snails here. They kind of got hungry while I was sitting there doing nothing for half an hour. Thank you, Comcast. Poor Usagi. He's getting hungry too. Actually, Usagi's the only one that didn't get hungry, actually. Yeah, Usagi actually didn't finish the whole thing. Okay, well, whatever. Usagi was fine then. The other snails were starving to death during the Comcast outage. Alright, anyways, I'm just going back through more of it. Super choppy. How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man? It was actually Comcast that did that, not Twitch. Good meme, though. But yeah, we thought it was Twitch at that time. Alright, yada yada. You hear me complaining. Stream lagging, 0 bitrate. Save us, Usagi. I don't think Usagi had anything to do with this. I don't think I missed any other questions there. Did I hook my winch to Comcast? I would not want to do that. That would break something for sure. Okay, then you were talking about the thruster flight. Thruster flight is the other rover that I have, which is this one here. I have a thruster rover. Normally I'd have a couple hydrazine canisters on the front. The thruster rover for some reason is difficult to control in a different way. Thruster rovers for some fucking reason really like to pitch in either up or down. It doesn't matter if you're actually thrusting or not. Once you reach a certain speed, thruster rovers just try to pitch up or down all the time for no good reason. I don't understand why. You basically have to flip over 180 degrees, like roll 180 degrees and then pitch in the other direction if you want to steer against where the thruster rover is trying to take you. The winch rover doesn't do that. The winch rover instead kind of turns in a random direction that isn't really consistent with like where the winch is attached to the rover. Just sometimes it'll turn you left or right or pitch up or down. Nothing is consistent, nothing is sacred in this game. I don't know why thruster rovers are like that, but thruster rovers have the advantage that you can actually turn them on and off. So although they will tumble randomly, whether or not you want them to, you at least don't have to worry about them just accelerating so fast that you can't actually go where you want to. You don't overshoot planets nearly as often. Let's see. Anyways, I think we covered everything. I answered some stuff in text. Yeah, the next frame will be in 2023. Maybe Christmas if we get lucky and we're ahead of schedule. And what is the circumference of planet Earth? About 40,000 kilometers, I think. Yeah, that's circumference, I think. It's not diameter. I mix those up sometimes. It's about 40,000 kilometers, I think. Let's see, intermittent frame loss. Am I still getting that, or did that go away? I don't know when you sent that message. I was scrolled up. Your memory says 46,000. It's about 24,000 miles. And I think that converts up to about 40k kilometers. I think we're good now. I fucking hope we are. Alright, anyways, let's go back to playing the video game. Farming Simulator. So let's take all of our earnings, all the fun things we found. And what's in this other box? Why do I have 7 boxes? Did I fucking forget one? Did I leave like one of the roots items? Or is it on the other side? Okay, it's on the other side. Good. I thought I'd left one. And research themes. Back to a normal cosine stream. Is this really a normal cosine stream if I'm not having technical difficulties that are beyond my control? I want to clarify something for anyone who thinks that I'm bad streamer, doesn't have his shit together. I am on a fucking Ethernet connection. Oh, I'm dying! Hold on. I am on an Ethernet connection. Right fucking next to my modem, no extension cables or anything, no Wi-Fi. No other devices on the network should be doing anything right now. Like, I'm playing my odds as best as I can to provide the proper viewing experience right now, and Comcast does not want to have any of that. It just, sometimes Comcast is all like, oh, I'm sorry fam, did you want 100% of your packets to get sent to the Twitch servers? We can hook you up with maybe 95% of your packets, 97% if we're feeling generous. And for anyone who doesn't know how streaming infrastructure works, basically there is no fucking compensation for packet loss with the streaming algorithms that we use for Twitch. So if your stream is dropping iframes, you're basically fucked. It doesn't matter if you're only dropping like 1 out of 100 iframes. If you're dropping any iframes at all, the whole thing just goes to shit and you start seeing stuttering and lagging because the whole protocol just does not have good error compensation. And I'm not aware of any way to stream to Twitch with redundancy. There might be a way to do it, but I do not know how to do redundancy. So if you have an unreliable connection, things just do not work properly. I don't know the exact details of it. I'm not a fucking just like a video protocol expert by any stretch of the imagination. I just know that it does not behave correctly if you have any packet loss with the protocol that we're using for Twitch. And I suspect it costs more on Twitch's end to support redundancy protocols, so it most likely doesn't have that option at all. Okay, there, I think we caught up with everything. Alright, I fucking totally forgot what we were doing. Why didn't I attach all those packages to a silo and move it all at once? Because I don't want to bring the silo over here and drop them all off and then bring the silo all the way back. Would that have been faster? Yes, but only slightly. I don't need the silo over here. The silo needs to stay on the rover. I'm going to lose it. I'll forget where it is. Anyways, let's drop off the dynamite. I'm fully aware that I could have brought the whole silo and then brought it back. I'm completely aware of that. I'm just a dummy, and I'm stubborn. Still seeing crust. Boy, this might be one of those fucking days. Yeah, I see it too. We might just have to fucking wait this out. I'll kill the stream if this keeps happening for a while. It's mild crust by the look of things. Like, it's dropping frames, but it's not like completely stopped anymore. Maybe the restart didn't do anything. We might have to kill the stream. If this keeps happening for like another half an hour, I will kill the stream. I'm not going to be moving around very much while I do this, hopefully, so I'm basically not going to do anything that requires a lot of like intensive like shifting around is what I'll avoid doing. So like there's still going to be drops, but hopefully you'll be able to get the gist of what I'm doing because I really would like to fucking stream today and not have this bullshit happening. Here, I'm going to bring the silo over just for you. If we keep having problems, I will end the stream early because there's nothing else I could do, and you can still hear the audio. So let me actually, hold on, let me throw this bad boy up. Alright, so we need that. And let me copy this text source. I'll take this down if this problem actually fixes itself. Alright, do that. Shrink that down. Let's see, we don't need this background. There we go. An unprofessional streamer. It's like, oh, my internet doesn't work. I don't know what to do. But I mean, I don't know what to do. I can't fix this. I fucking swear to God, if I have to call Comcast again, I was hoping that this would never happen again. I wouldn't have to deal with it. I'm hoping that it's just the thunderstorm. I'm suffocating, aren't I? I was hoping it was just the goddamn thunderstorm that caused this. But maybe something else is wrong, and this will become a recurring issue. I'm going to have to start doing more testing for this. I forgot to turn on the oxygenator. It ran out of power. Anyways, again, sorry about the frame drops. We're going to have to make do with what we got here. I will try to just talk the chat and explain things. So I'm at least reasonably likely to see your chat messages. Oh, this is bad. Maybe 15 minutes tops. They changed their name to Xfinity just because I called them Comcast. They did that before I started calling them Comcrust, but they're still Comcast as far as I'm concerned. Like, nothing has changed. It's the same shitty, scummy corporation. They just rebranded their service under a different name. It is still the same fucking dog shit service that it always was, where they do the bare minimum to provide reliable internet to people. So yeah, we're trying to just wait it out at this point. So I'm gonna try to not do too many camera movements. As long as my audio doesn't start, like, getting crusty, we should be fine. Clickety-clack. Why was there a clickety-clack? Did I type something? Oh yeah, you heard me typing the thing. I was probably leaning forward. Anyways, this event, we've got pumpkins. And anybody who has seen this before, I already have kind of like a plant farm setup going. So I have this technology figured out. And what we're going to want to do is create pits with the specific plants that I want to be gathering here. New cosine stream dropped, new cosine frame dropped. Anyways, we're going to want to be creating a pit full of these pumpkins. But before I do any of that, I want to grab my silos and all that nonsense. So let's just go over here and get these real quick. God, this is unwatchable. I'm so fucking sorry, chat. It's actually smooth right now. Well, we'll see if that lasts. I do have the preview open so I could see it, but we want to create a pit of plants. But before I do any of that, I want to understand how these work. Like, do these spawn different types of pumpkins? So let me get a proximity repeater. And who doesn't know, you can use proximity repeaters to interact with these pumpkins, which is what we're going to be doing here. So just drop a few of these nearby. Yeah, we're not dropping frames right now, but I don't think that's going to last, if I'm being completely honest. So if we plant all these, they should grow fairly fast. That's just kind of how these are set up. And we did get two different types. They're distinctly different. So we had the lumpy seeds, which are these ones, and then these like thin ones. I don't know if there's another type. I feel like there was another type during one of these events. I don't know if they took it out or not. So we'll find out in a little while if there's another type of seed or not. And we're dropping frames again. Yep, didn't last. I hope you enjoyed the one minute of consecutive like streaming content that didn't have any frame drops. So we're just gonna wait for these to grow. I think they will take a little bit longer than this. I didn't even notice they had like little wiggly stems. This game is weird. Cute though, but very weird. I don't know why they're pulsating. And let's see if these drop anything different. Maybe the, okay, knobbly ones might drop something different. They appear to interchangeably drop either type of seed in one sample. I don't know what the difference is between these, but I think I'm going to have to deal with both types of seeds. What, do they just interchangeably drop the other type of seed? They're also not dropping duplicate seeds, so I might have to go out and grab more. I thought I'd be able to spawn more seeds, but it looks like that is not the case. Alright, let's plant them all again and see what we get this time around. Alright, meanwhile, you can use resource canisters to hold the pumpkin goo, which is going to be an essential part of this experience. I don't think I can put the other types of seeds in here, but I think the pumpkin goo I can, so... yeah, there we go. Delicious. Alright, so we're going to store this in here. I will eventually route some power over here so we don't have to do this manually, because I do have auto arms sitting around. In fact, I can grab one now. Alright, so while we wait for those to grow in, they buffed extenders, finally. Extenders are an item that you've probably heard me complain about, like, occasionally as like a one-off. And they're actually usable now. It used to be extenders only had one directional power, and what they tended to do was just drain the power from your base, which was really goddamn shitty. Like, nobody wanted them to do that, because they would pull power from your base even if there was nothing on the other end to use that power. And it was dumb. There was no reason for them to work like that, and they fixed it. So now I'm just going to kind of half-ass a bunch of extenders here. You can toggle the function to just be a regular connection now for networked power, and that's exactly what I wish they had did. So good job, devs, you did it. You made extenders useful. Now, if only I could see the maximum range of the extenders without having to do trial and error. But now we can get power over here without having to lay down like platforms, which is huge because it's way less of a pain in the ass to do it this way for temporary setups. There's goo in the sack. Oh my god, you're right. They do look like goo sacks. Oh my god, yeah, we're still dropping frames big time. Comcast, please. One more extender. I'm so happy they're useful now. This is like actually huge that I don't have to use work lights for this. Like, there's a work light on the wall over here because that was the original solution to this, was to use work lights. And they have collision and they're a pain in the ass to use. This is much better. Oh my god, what is this absolute unit of a sturdy squash? Holy shit. So what have we got here? We have knobbly. We have round. These were... wait, were these round last time? Does the size actually matter? Okay, I think they produce random seeds. I think we have to deal with both seed types. They seem to always produce one sample. Yeah, you get a random seed type and one sample by the look of things. Oh, never mind. Okay, these also. You got 3 seed types. Lump, sturdy, squash seed, and then these are just regular, but they definitely... one of these is a chonker. It doesn't seem to actually matter, though. Alright, so these ones were in the event last time, and I think what those do is they also drop Astroneer in addition to the pumpkin goo. So let's do this again. Notably, we have not gotten any additional seeds. Let me set up the auto arm to do this for me. We have not gotten any additional seeds while doing this, so I strongly suspect that that's not a thing. I need to get more extenders. I'm going to have to actually go find more pumpkins. Which is fine. They generate on this planet. I can just go off into the distance and get them. We saw some on the way back when I was coming back from the space elevator, so that's not a concern at all. You didn't know they fixed them? It was literally in this update, Razor Kittens. Like, in the latest update where they added this event is when they also fixed the extenders to not suck ass. But yeah, you can use batteries as extenders or, like, wind turbines. Basically anything that has 2 power slots on it, like any of these small items like work lights. I typically used work lights because I could turn them on if I actually wanted a light source, so they served a double purpose. But yeah, any of those things would have worked. Alright, so anyways, let's go ahead and automate this nonsense real quick, turn this bad boy on, and now we will be able to sort of collect these while we're doing this. Do that, and do this. Okay. When am I going to visit the Undertale Cafe? Should I know what that is? Are they making like a real-life Undertale thing, or is this just like a meme I'm not familiar with right now? Okay, so the plump one has this Astroneer logo on it. It's probably going to drop Astronium when I destroy it. What else are we gonna get out of this? Okay, we got more goo out of these actually, but we didn't get more seeds. Okay, yeah, so we're stuck with 6 seeds right now. Hopefully I don't start losing them to bullshit. I don't know if these seeds despawn. It says that they're going to, so I need to be careful to replant these. It's real. I don't know if I want to click on that. I'm scared. Why is it called Requiem Cafe? Is this like off-brand Undertale Cafe? Is this not actually like a thing? It's just like some weird fan thing that somebody came up with? And I don't know if I want to click on that during stream. I hope it's not like a lemon party or something. Alright, so anyways, we're starting with the 10 seeds that we brought over here, because as far as I'm aware, I planted 6, and we've only had 6 this whole time. And we didn't get Astronium either, actually. I wonder if it's a random chance then, because one of them dropped more sturdy squash samples than last time, so it could be a random chance. Oh my god, have we had 2 consecutive minutes without frame drops, chat? This is a beautiful day. Anyways, let's go to the other part of the event. So, there are multiple things that you can send on this EXO request platform here. And again, this is, even I am having trouble reading this right now. But I think each of the biofuels that you can send here are worth a different amount of points. There should be 3 of them. I think they're called Drangia tells you what the recipes are. Yeah, you can switch the recipes. So I can put 2 sturdy squash samples, which is what these are, pumpkin goo sacks, if you will. There is goo in the sack. We can do Spiny Attactus seed, which is one of these over here. We can do spew flower seed. Okay, only 3 recipes. I'm guessing that the spew flower seed is the one that's worth the most points, because spew flowers are these things here, and those are on Atrox, the hardest planet. I mean, none of the planets are terribly difficult, but I'm guessing that's what it's going to be. However, let's make a couple of these just to kind of get things working, and then I'll add seeds to the mix. 2 minutes is better than 1 minute in heaven. That is absolutely correct. Alright, we got squashaline. What can I store these in? I think these go in the gas canisters? Question mark. Let's make a gas canister and test it out. Or do they go in soil canisters? Do I have an empty soil canister? I do not. Okay, well let's just make a couple of each and see which one it is. So let's start with gas canisters, because I think they go in the gas canisters. Now, if only the devs could fix this system. So we'll print one of those. And if that doesn't work, I'll try a soil canister. I don't think they go in resource canisters. I think they count as liquid entities. Liquid entities, or resources, I guess would be what you'd call these if you're a normal person. I think last year I remember them going in these canisters. Hopefully that's the case. And this will just allow us to buffer them. Actually, there's a gas canister on top of this thing, so they definitely go in gas canisters. So let's get another auto arm. Luckily I have a whole bunch of them just sitting back here. I have a ton of auto arms that I printed off stream to make sure you wouldn't have to watch me run back and forth doing that. You get to watch me run back and forth doing other things, but not printing auto arms, which I don't think anybody wanted to watch. Just do that.
Can you get a closer look at the Cord Ranger?
Okay.
Cord Range these nuts.
Ah, shit. Got him. Thank you, text-to-speech. Alright, so let's go ahead and do that. Drop a couple more of these on here. And we should be able to start automating this process. Now, one of the other things I'm going to want to do is have a timer running. Sort of like this, maybe I won't have a logic gate on it, I'll just have it always running to essentially just auto-harvest these as fast as I can until I turn it off, which I'll do later. And in order to do that, I really just need this proximity repeater attached to just a delay repeater. So let's just start off with like the super basic timing system, and we'll upgrade it from there if we need to. I'm assuming that all you have to do to get the text-to-speech to do that is just add a bunch of forward slashes. For anyone who's not aware, by the way, it's 16 bits to make the text-to-speech say funny words, so you don't have to do 100, it's just 16. You can do 100, I mean, I appreciate it, but the text-to-speech won't be any better for you doing that. So it's up to you. So anyways, we want this to just kind of cycle on itself like that. For anyone who doesn't understand how like the automation system in this game works, by the way, I'd be more than happy to explain it if you have questions about it. But if you've ever done automation in Terraria, that's probably the best analogy I can give you. It is not like Redstone in Minecraft. It's a pulse-based system. It's not steady state. So you're detecting pulses, and you have to deal with like double signals because everything basically pulses. Like all the logic gates, so to speak, in this game will pulse twice. Once when they are active, and then again when the fail condition is met. So you just have to be ready to understand that it works like that. I prefer how it works in Minecraft, but it ain't Minecraft, so what are you gonna do? Anyways, I forgot why I came over here. Why the fuck did I come over here? Okay, what am I doing, chat? Oh, I didn't have to come over here. I was trying to get a button repeater. Immediately got distracted trying to answer a question that nobody in chat had. This is how I'm going to trigger the system initially. So we have both of these set to 25. I did some timings on this, and these are actually closer to like 3 1/3 for the delay. I thought it was like 4 seconds. It's actually about 3 1/3. It's not exact as far as I could tell. I did a bunch of testing on this, and I think the pulse system runs on a separate thread, which varies in speed. It's about one circuit tick per millisecond, but I think if you have a lot of circuits, it slows down. So it's probably running as fast as it can, is my guess. So you're not going to get consistent timings out of this stuff. These, however, appear to try to take about 3 seconds each time you do it.
Slash.
Is it gonna... Did it cut off? It's not even gonna say dongers.
Dongers.
Oh, there it goes. Oh, the bait. I thought it had like read off the last slash and then it cut off the message. I think you need to have like text at the beginning of it, and then the slashes, and then dongers, or else it'll read off the first slash. I think is what it does. I don't know. We're learning. Anyways, let's just start getting an automated system going here. We can definitely refine this later. I will eventually put these in a pit to reduce the odds of crap flying around, because we don't want these seeds to ever like fall out of the pit, or else the seeds will despawn eventually if they don't get replanted and they're gone forever and I have to go find more, because I don't think the seeds are renewable. So we need one more auto arm, so you can just grab one over here. Node frame drops for like 5 minutes. Don't know if we're in the clear or not. I'm not going to take down the Comcast Please. I will, however, take down this one. Comcast Please is staying up for the entire stream. That's the policy. Does Comcast Please actually do anything? No, but it makes me feel better. So we're going to leave it up. So what we want to do to automate like Baby's first Cauldrangia setup is do a couple of these. I will redo these extenders later when I determine where the final locations are for all these items. Yeah, we also need a pit to prevent the samples from flying off to the sides, because that's not good when that happens. Okay, this thing accidentally switched the recipe. It's waiting for the thing to take... Stop! It's waiting for this to take the sample off the top. Okay, good, and it appears to be automated. Okay, so technically I think we have a fully automated system now to produce the first tier of whatever the stuff is called, squasholine. I think every single one is a pun. Let's see, what are the other ones? This one's Adapatrol. I don't know what the pun is there. I mean, petrol's in it, and noxothane. I don't know what the joke is for Adapatrol. Noxothane, I think, is because noxious, like Aatrox is a noxious planet or something, but I don't know what the... Chat, can you explain what the pun is for Adapatrol? What is the Ada based on? Explain the joke to me. I need your help. Only you can save me.
Constantinople 330, you are my favorite streamer. These Astroneer streams are great. No follow-up joke.
Oh shit, that's a relief.
Psych.
Ah shit, there was a follow-up joke. I feel like it spoils it because I could just look at chat to see what the whole message is. I'm intentionally trying not to actually read like the last part of the message, because it does kind of spoil it. Why is this not doing anything? Turn on. I don't know why I had to turn it off and on again. The only time I read chat, it's very hard to miss these. They make a loud noise. Alright, anyways, what was I doing? Yeah, we're going to want to automate this so that we don't put any new sturdy squash in here when we don't need it. But for now, we have the basic premise. And I think these, yeah, these disappear after a time, if not slotted or stored. Which means I don't actually have to worry about an infinite supply of these samples accumulating here. The only thing I'm worried about is losing the seeds. So the next thing I'm going to do here is try to actually create a pit to put these plants, and then we're going to create the other fuel types. Probably both of them just for shits and giggles, but we'll start with the one that's probably the good one, which is these right here, which are called harmless flora, but I believe they're actually spew flowers. And that's the one that you need to create the high tier fuel. In the meantime, we're just waiting on the Caldrangia to produce enough of these to send away a shipment. So let me actually, this is why we had more than one of these. It looks like it's a very slow one, so I'm going to make 2 of them and put them next to each other.
A riddle for you. Cuisine 255. A corner has 2 of me, a room has 1 of me, but a house has none of me. What am I?
God, I feel like this is like the fucking Sphinx riddle or something, and I don't know the answer. I'm embarrassed. Or there's no answer, and it's just a jape. I'm not good at these, by the way. Like those riddles, I'm terrible at them. These are different colors. Oh my god, they are different ones. There's a swift one and a leisurely one. I didn't even notice there's a difference. I bet the swift ones were on Aatrox. Oh, brisk, swift, and leisurely. I'm assuming swift is the best one. Okay, well we got 2 on Aatrox, so we're gonna grab those. So anyways, a corner has 2 of you, a room has 1. The house has none. What are you? What am I? Oh god, I don't fucking know, dude. It's always obvious. The answer to these is always like super obvious, and I just never know what it is. I'm terrible at these kinds of riddles. My brain doesn't work like with the out of the box thinking you need to solve them. I don't know, does anyone chat now? Okay, I think there we go, that should work. Okay, we have 2 of these now. I'm assuming that the swift one is the fastest one. Leisurely is probably the one I got from Sylva, and brisk. I would think that brisk is slower than swift, right? Like, I'm not crazy. That brisk would absolutely be slower than swift. And I know we got 2 on Aatrox, so these were definitely the Aatrox ones. You just stop thinking about the pun, or not the pun, the riddle. I don't know the answer. Alright, so this is filled. Alright, so this is all you have to do technically. If you wanted to automate this event, like just baby mode, super simple automation, this is basically it right here, like what I just set up. This will do it. You could just leave this running, and it would eventually fill up this squashaline canister, and you could just send it away every time it fills up. Stusha's R. Oh my fucking god, really? Yep. That's it. I wouldn't. I would. So my brain was going for like the geometric approach. Like a corner has 2 of me. I'm like, oh, edges. Wait, a room has 1. That doesn't make any sense. Is this like a? Does this have something to do with like how many faces are in the plane or something? Nope. Just the letter R. See, I can't do this. I don't. My brain doesn't work like that. It was a good one, though. I don't know if you came up with that, but since I had never heard it before, Adam, you can take credit for coming up with it, and I won't know any better. Mighty Stoosh wins. What do you win? I don't. You don't win anything. I don't know. I can't give you anything. But you win something. Alright, so what we're waiting on right now is for this to top off, and what I'm realizing is I could produce these way faster than these 2 cauldrons. Also, oh, it doesn't help that one of them is actually not in range. There we go. Okay, we were running at half speed. While that's going on, do I want to go get more of these? Not really. Let's make do with what we've got right now. We can upgrade it to a better Caldrangia later. So let's set up the second one. You saw it on TikTok. You were thinking of it like I was. Okay, I respect that. But yeah, I immediately went for the geometric definition for some of this stuff. Love me some geometry, but sometimes geometry is my downfall when I'm too analytical about things, and the answer was just a letter in the word. Alright, so anyways, we want to produce noxethane. Noxethane requires these, so let's just grab like a couple of these. We can definitely generate more of these later. Alright, so I'm trying to think about how I would lay this out. Probably in like just a straight line arrangement is typically the easiest way to do this. So what do we need? We need a pit full of sturdy squash. That'll apply to any of these recipes. And we need a pit full of these elegant spew flower seeds. Unfortunately, even if I automate all this, I can't actually get this to run if I'm not nearby, because for some reason plants don't grow while the player isn't nearby. But it's still better than nothing. I could just sort of stand here and talk to chat or get distracted by things or something, and it'll basically run on its own. So what I want to do is probably create a pit. Maybe the pit should be the first step, like put the pit over here. So it would be a pit, an auto harvesting arm. Or I could put the pit back near the wall. I could always move this off stream if I need to, so I'm just going to drop stuff down and we'll work on it from there. So I'm going to do a little terraforming here. Yeah, Kai, this is one of the songs that you suggested. Well, soundtracks you suggested. So I'm looking for the other storage rack I have full of terraforming stuff, which I suspect is on the opposite side of the base from where I am right now. Oh, by the way, this is the Eagle Lander. I mentioned this earlier. I towed this through space. That's what the exclamation mark Apollo command gives you a highlight to. There it is. Alright, so we're looking for this thing. This is my terraforming kit. Alright, how do I want to do this? I should have enough room. Again, it's not the end of the world if it's in the wrong spot. I can always move it off stream, because this event will probably be running for a couple more streams. So what we want to do here is we need the leveling block. We need to simplify the tools that we have equipped. Get smaller ones preferably. Usagi for now is going to stay on this. Hopefully I don't forget where it is. And where is the boost mod and the narrow mod? We don't need the inhibitor mod. We're not going to be painting anything right now. So I want to create a pit. Hey, cue ball. Once you create a pit that can fit a proximity repeater, ideally we just use one proximity repeater. I don't think I need to go overkill with the scale of this thing, at least not initially. Soviet, did fucking... Excuse me. Have you even seen my reed farms? I haven't built one on that server. You have not even seen me build a reed farm. Where are you getting this? Rude. Alright, anyways, we need to build a pit in the ground, so let's go ahead and do a little digging. I want the pit to probably be like 4 deep, I think is what I'm going to go for here. It's super scuffed. Yeah, that reed farm is definitely... It's a reed farm, you know, it works. It's better than not having one at all, but we could definitely improve it later. For anyone who doesn't know what I'm fucking talking about, I play on a Minecraft server with Cue-Ball sometimes. And by sometimes, I mean I play by myself while Cue-Ball is in bed, because I have no control over my damn life. How dare you go to bed? Just leave me alone to build slime farms and tunnel bores by myself. Alright, so that looks like it's 4 tiles deep. For anyone who doesn't know what I'm talking about with tiles, I'm near one of these gateways. The planet is actually cubes, just cubes with like weird slopes on them. And I'm trying to make a pit that's aligned to the proper cube grid, because I have OCD and it also looks really good. So let's see here. I think a size of like 8 would probably work. I'm trying to make this an 8x8 pit, probably with rounded corners. If this isn't quite right, I can just smooth it out later. You need school after that, you have time for bad life choices. You know, that's probably the correct attitude to have. Save your bad decisions for when you're older and can actually make those bad decisions and get away with it. That's, I think, the correct thing to do in this situation, instead of just playing Minecraft and failing school, which will most likely not work out well for you in the future. That's using the noggin right there. Life tips from Cue-Ball, not cosine. Oh, hey, we finally got some Astronium, so I'm going to have to remember that can happen. I'll have to add another arm to pick these out, because they'll occasionally drop at random, which is nice, but it does add a little complexity to what I need to set up here. And where's my leveling block? Does the artwork of the refinery seem out of place? Now, these things... It's consistent with the design of the plants. I mean, you decide whether or not you like the artwork for them. It's consistent with the design of the plants, like... But it's not consistent with the industrial theming. Like, the root platform's a little weird looking. You don't have to put these on these roots. You can place them on regular platforms and they'll still work the same. Like, you can do this, and it's functional, but I figured let's stay in the theme of the event and put them on the platforms they came with. You don't have to, though. Unfortunately, these platforms don't have power slots, or I don't think they do, unless they have secret power slots like the site pylons. No, these actually don't have power slots on them. It's not even a reed farm, it's a sugar... What? No, well, I mean, it's making... I call them reeds, okay? They're still reeds in my head canon. I'm from back in the day of Minecraft, where that particular plant was called reeds. They retconned it to fucking sugarcane instead of adding a new sugar plant for some reason. They could have literally just added beets to the game. Beet sugar is a thing. They added sugarcane by just replacing reeds with sugar for some damn reason, and it's stuck. But in my headcanon, they're still reeds. And that's what I call them, because making them sugarcane was stupid. Like, yeah, you can make paper out of sugar, but you shouldn't. So it doesn't make any sense. It was just Notch being lazy and not wanting to add anything new to the game, so he just changed something that was already there. Typical. Anyways, I don't know why I specifically started ranting about that, but that's what I think we're talking about here. Anyways, back to this video game. I'm smoothing out this pit right now to make it nice and pretty, so anybody who's never done this kind of terraforming, you need to be near one of the poles or one of the 4, like, axis-aligned points on the equator. If anybody has never seen this before, I will explain it in more detail, but I'm assuming that most of you have, like, lurked at least once before, or otherwise know what true flat is in this game. So let me know if you need me to actually explain that, and I'll give you a true flat primer. But essentially that's how I'm able to create, like, actual really nice looking level geometry and not just shitty slopes that don't work properly when you try to smooth them. Alright, just build this in a little bit. And this is one of the things I have been doing a lot of off stream, because I don't think it's very interesting to watch. So, like, you're gonna see me create this pit here, but I've been doing a lot of this kind of building stuff off stream because it just frankly isn't very interesting. Once you've seen it once, you don't want to watch me spend 6 more hours doing this, but that's how I built, like, the storage or the ramp or some of these other tunnels in the ground. You're fixing the reed farm. Okay. Honestly, Keyball, if you want to automate the drop-off system to be a little more robust, look at the sheep shear I made, because that minecart has the same system. It stops, it unloads, and then it moves again. So if you copy what I did there, you can have a minecart that just stops for exactly as long as it needs to unload, and not have it just kind of sort of hopefully unload before it moves again. Because if we make that farm too big, it eventually will produce reeds faster than we could drop them off, and it won't work anymore. This event is so easy. It is very easy to do. I'm making it needlessly complicated. Like, technically I finished the event already. Like, it's done. I could just leave this running and go AFK for an hour, and when I come back, I would just have a bunch of filled canisters that I could send away. You'll probably let me down. That's the spirit. I trust you to let me down. Let me down, but make it funny. Anyways, yeah, this event is like piss easy, but I'm making it more complicated than it needs to be, because the point of this stream, when I stream Astroneer, is not to just do the bare minimum, it's to automate things. It's to do the maximum, to make things actually, like, interesting to build, instead of just very simple and boring. So that's what you're gonna get if you keep watching these streams. Like, comment, and subscribe for more of that, I guess. I don't know. Anyways, you're gonna get more of that kind of content from this stream than just, like, playing the game and then just doing whatever the devs initially intended you to do. We're going all in, balls deep on automation with this playthrough. And terraforming. Also, I fucked that up. I need to make that a little deeper into the wall. It's a little hard to tell where these leveling blocks are going to create a smooth surface, and I need a smooth surface in a very specific spot for this to work. To get the 8x8 pit that I want. Let's see here. Yep, I'm glad clicking on the floor does that. Need to grab a filled canister here and drop off the other one there. There we go. Okay, we got a new leveling block. This is what the leveling blocks are for, by the way. For anybody who's wondering what this item does, it's specifically for what I'm doing. And this is so much easier than how we used to have to do this, which was either to play in creative mode or there was an extremely janky way that you could finagle with the physics engine to get the game to generate true flat surfaces without the leveling block. But oh, it sucked, and I'm so glad I don't have to do it anymore. It was terrible. So I'm very happy that this item exists in regular survival mode now. There we go, we got the surface that I needed. Hopefully this pit is deep enough that none of the seeds can like bounce out of it. We need to smooth out one more section of wall here. You came here to get bored. I'm sorry, I don't know what to tell you. I was about to like throw shade on like another streamer that I think is streaming right now, and I'm going to not do that instead. Now, if you want to get bored, I don't know. I'm not gonna be like that. But there are probably more boring streams you could watch of this game or Minecraft or something if you actually want to fall asleep or something. But I'm sorry, there's only riveting, exciting terraforming content on this stream. Only the finest terraforming you've ever seen. So there's no point in using your whole seat because you're only going to be sitting on the edge. We got only the best terraforming. Look at this terraforming action right here. Look at me make an 8x8 pit in the ground. Phenomenal. Actually, I don't have to set up the edges like this, do I? I can just make them sharp. There we go. It's inside corners are the ones that will automatically produce these like little beveled ramps. So it's very hard to see what I'm pointing at right now, but these little like ramps that you see here, these 45-degree angles, the game will force those to generate for inside corners, but not outside corners. So I can make a sharp 90-degree angle for the outside of the pit. It's just how the voxel engine works. Don't worry about it too much. It's hard to explain it. Like, I more or less understand how their voxel engine works, but it's very difficult to explain it properly, and I don't think I would do it justice, so just take my word for it. This is the best you're going to get for an 8x8 pit. Resident Sleeper. There you go. Somebody's falling asleep to this riveting terraforming action. Balls deep. I say balls deep a lot. Did I say it in a really weird time? I should stop saying that. I'm not going to become like a kid-friendly stream, but maybe I shouldn't say balls deep too much. Maybe I should say it more. I don't know what chat likes. I don't know what I want to do at this point. Anyways, we made a pit in the ground. So the next thing I'm going to do is color it in real quick, because if I don't color it in, and then I place a bunch of plants and then color it, for some reason the plants will all get uprooted, which is annoying. So I'm going to just go ahead and do that now. I might recolor it again off stream if I don't like it. But if you want to paint things with your default terrain color, you don't actually have to sample it with a terrain analyzer. Just slap one of these bad boys onto your terrain tool and just add terrain by holding Alt or whatever the button is on controller, and you can just do this. So just paint that in, make it look as boring and gray as possible. There you go, that's the stuff. Alright, so we have our first plant pit, and then what I'm going to do is in the very center, this should be able to reach most, if not all, of the plants that I put in this pit. And I just have to kind of eyeball this because I can't align it to the grid properly, because I can't put a color down here or else it'll get dug up later. But that's pretty much dead center. Scrotum deep. I don't know, that sounds kind of weird. I don't know if I like that. I think I don't particularly like scrotum deep. Balls deep just rolls off the tongue. It's so much better. I'm sure you can make another joke out of rolls off the tongue. I'm gonna stop talking for a second here and just let the chat calm down for a second. I think I'm making this weirder than it needs to be. Anyways, we are going to grow these seeds here. So I can't help but notice that while I was away, the vast majority of my seeds disappeared into the Shadow Realm. Just be kid-friendly, no thank you. Yeah, the vast majority of my seeds disappeared into the Shadow Realm while I wasn't looking. So this is why we need the pit, because the seeds should not be able to escape if they're in the pit. In fact, I'm going to round off the corners of the pit just a little bit more to reduce the odds of them getting out of range of the proximity repeater. So, a little more terraforming. For anyone who was worried that I was done terraforming, worry not, we're doing more terraforming. We're going to flatten out the corners like this. And let's see how can I get the slope that I want in here. I'm probably going to need to use the leveling block for this, so let me do this real quick. If I drop it in this little ravine right here, this little crevasse, that should do it. There we go, perfect. The leveling block basically just tries to make a 2x2 cube in whatever spot you place it in. And the way that the terrain smoothing works out, the 2x2 cube will simplify to the exact slope that I wanted here on the edges. So this is about as close to a cylindrical pit as you're going to get. One there, and we're good to go. Okay, so that is hopefully all within range. Very much hoping that this doesn't fall out of the pits. If we do have problems, I can refine this a little bit more later. So let's go ahead and drop this bad boy in here. And then I will move my automation setup to start spawning these in here. I will clean all this nonsense up later. Oh my god, holy shit, that one just exploded into like 8 of these things. I guess it is more randomized than I thought it was. Anyways, drop this here. Patch it again. Okay, so we're back to the setup we had before, except now it's in this pit. My viewer count would skyrocket. But at what cost? Just having lots of viewers isn't always the dream. I've missed 2 hydrates. I need to fucking add like a sound prompt to go with that. I'll hydrate, thank you. Oh my god, hold on. I gotta finish hydrating. Oh my god, I fucking forgot it was September. Okay, is it still September? Has it not ended yet? Thank you for the 10 gift subs. I forgot to shill it. I 100%. I was talking to you about this, and I said I'm gonna shill September exactly once. I fucking forgot to do it. God damn it. Thank you for that. I guess if you like my emotes that aren't the follower emotes, I mean, Soap King might become a sub emote or something. If you like my sub emotes, or if you want to support me or something, I don't know, September, the discounts, give away gift subs, get your own subs, sell out to Jeff Bezos, do whatever it is you want. Okay, I'm done selling out now. I think this is the last day that you could do it, and I don't know when it ends. So, up to you if that's worth it to you. If you don't want to sub, you do not have to sub. I'm not pressuring anybody to do it because I understand that you may just not want to do it. Like, it's money, and not all of us have like disposable income. So, all good if you don't want to, but it is September, so if you were thinking of doing it, it's cheap right now. So what I'm trying to do here is just move this crap out of the way. What we want to do is get this auto arm to be able to reach things at the bottom of this pit. And I'm actually not sure if it can do it or if I need to lower the arm ever so slightly, because it's going to be roughly here. It's extremely difficult to tell like what these ranges are. Like, I can't really show you what I'm looking at very clearly right now. But the auto arm doesn't look like it's going to be able to reach the bottom of that pit. Let me get more extenders and see if that makes a difference. Wait, how long have you been able to pick up extenders while they were connected? Have I been doing this the wrong way the whole time? Oh no, Adam, no, don't do it. Okay, it's okay, I wasn't stealing the I thought you were gonna give me more. Thank you. I was like, oh god, is he gonna give me 20? Are we doing this again? I'm gonna feel guilty. Thank you for 5 more gift subs, including Moss Testing. Oh god. Moss Testing got a gift sub. That's just the account they were using for Moss Racing to, I think, like, spectate streams before showing them on the main account. I'm not entirely sure what they were doing with that account, but now Cloyce, or whoever owns that account, has a second cosign sub, I guess. Good job, Moss Testing, you did it. But yeah, thank you so much. 15 gift subs. Always appreciated. I do get like half of the money from the subs as though they were full priced, is the model that we use here. So I basically get the $2.50, but Twitch only gets, I think, like $4 or something. It depends what your discount is. I think it varies depending on how many you give away. Alright, so what we're trying to assess here is whether or not this auto arm can reach the bottom of the pit. The auto arms are very deceiving on like what they're capable of reaching. Yeah, this one can't reach the bottom, but the shape for the auto arm grab range is not a sphere. It's actually a cylinder that is really tall, but doesn't go very far down. It's a cylinder with 2 hemispheres on the top and the bottom is the actual shape. We need to put this arm down just a little bit because it can't reach the bottom of the pit, so it's only able to grab these off the sides. So what I'm trying to do here is lower this down ever so slightly, and then we'll use the leveling block to smooth it out. It's just to get it down one more tile. And again, you have to overshoot how deep you dig these pits because the leveling block is going to add one tile to whatever pit you create before you stick it in there. So do that, it goes back up a tile, and now we have a depression in the ground that's one deep, and that's what we need for the auto arm. Let me smooth it out a little bit. Alright, we should be good. I could always bury the platform with the arm if I want to, but hopefully I don't need to do that. And then unfortunately, this weird like triangle right here, this one, this just happens. I don't know how to fix this. I believe this is perfectly smooth. There's nothing I could do about this. This is just a quirk of the like terrain engine in this game that causes that to happen. I don't fully understand everything about how it works, but we want to place the arm there, and that should allow it to reach everything in this pit, which is what I was going for. Let me move it off to the side to see how the circle was aligned. Yeah, so the center of the circle is going to be about here, and it's actually a spear with a cylinder protruding out from the top of it. So we can slap it right there, and that should work perfectly well. Alright, the arrow's in the correct direction. Can I put it upside down? I could put it upside down on like a ceiling, and it would be able to reach down into this pit with the large cylinder. But it's a pain in the ass to put these on ceilings. I would much rather just do this, because this is way easier to do. So anyways, the last thing I'm going to do here is we are actually going to do a little terrain coloration. I'm sorry, I lied. I'm not sorry. And to color the terrain, I have this color here, which is just this is the dark gray that I use for the roads. If you ever want this dark gray color, it's what generates underneath these train stations when you place them. So you can dig that up if you want this dark gray color with a terrain analyzer. And where's the inhibitor? There it is. So the reason why I do this is because this allows you to align things to the grid. So if I very carefully click here with the terrain analyzer actually attached to my tool. Let me smooth this back out before I mess this up again. Alright, so turn it on and just click once or twice. There we go. I don't know why it took so long. I can get like a little shape like this, and what this will allow me to do is make sure this is actually perfectly centered on the grid, and by extension perfectly centered on this little pit that I made. So I'm visually centering it on that little like obtuse angle, and there you go. That is a perfectly aligned auto arm. We go ahead and lock that platform, and I can go ahead and paint back over this. I once again turned off the wrong tool and made a mess. That's what I wanted to do. Alright, paint back over this, and we're good to go. Nice and aligned. Hype trains are unlimited now too. What does that even mean? Does it just keep leveling up forever? Did that even trigger a hype train? I don't even know how hype trains work. Whatever, I don't care, it's fine. If we didn't get a hype train, maybe that's for the best. They're kind of a scam anyways. Alright, so anyways, it looks like we actually have all 4 seeds still stuck in the pit. However, this auto arm is failing to reach all of these. I wonder if I need to lower down one more. It does not seem to be able to reach these. The other thing I could do is actually increase the edges of the ramp a little bit. What is it able to grab? You fixed it, your work here is done. I look forward to seeing it. I could make the pit not as deep as well, or I could move the arm down one more. I think I'm going to just move the arm down one more tile. So we'll have to do this again, but it's not all that much trouble. Take all this crap off. I'm going to move it down one more tile, and that should almost certainly get me everything I want. Alright, so again, overshoot it a little bit, grab your funny leveling block, slap it in that hole. Do that. Alright, so that's 2 tiles. That should be able to grab everything in this pit. And if I still can't grab everything in the pit, we'll worry about it later. As long as the seeds are within range of the proximity repeater, it doesn't matter if we miss a little bit of the squashaline stuff or whatever it's called. Alright, so again, smooth out the edges. How do I want to do this? I'm thinking where I want to do the smoothing from. I think I'll just go for... Why is this so weird looking? Yeah, I'll just go ahead and fix it on this side as well. Again, this is why I don't stream a lot of terraforming. It's really not very interesting to watch. But don't worry, we're almost done terraforming. I mean, we do have to make a second one of these pits for the other plant type, but it's going to be much faster than this one. Because I will already know how to do it. So I'll just copy the shape that I did. My snails are about to run out of food. I'm right next to the other plant farm, so I can get that later. I don't want to reuse that plant farm for this event, because I do want a larger scale farm. So I do have access to the other seed types, but I don't want to specifically use those ones for this event. Alright, that looks pretty good. Alright, grab the inhibitor. I'm going to actually, I think, need soil. It won't let me paint terrain without soil, I'm pretty sure. Get over here. Alright, we are holding that, and I'll just store the extra one over here. Okay. I do wish this was easier to do. It is kind of a pain in the ass to juggle this many items around when you're trying to do this. Alright, so again, I'm going to paint here. Or try to. There we go, let's drop this down. This is hopefully the last time we have to do this with this one. Get it nice and centered on the color there. It is not perfectly centered, or it would not be tilted like that. By the way, the platform jittering like this just means it's at a perfect orthogonal angle, which is actually a good thing. Because that means it's basically pointing directly this way. Like, exactly. It's a perfect angle. I don't know why the game snaps it to angles like that, but I'm not going to complain. It works in my favor. Because once I see it doing that, I know that I have it perfectly lined up. Sometimes you can't get things to do that when you want them to, but in this case, it's doing exactly what I want it to. Alright, so we don't need to do any of this for now. Let's put these away. Okay, so what we should have here is a pit that this arm can grab every single sturdy squash, or at least enough of them that it'll work well enough to do what I want. Let me catch up on chat here. I haven't built one yet. Yeah, I have not built a reed farm at all, so technically it's better, I think, would be the argument I would make, because I haven't even tried. My reed farm produces 0 reeds per second, and Cue Balls produces greater than 0 reeds per second, so by extension, that makes Cue Balls' reed farm better than mine. But that's it. That's all it's got going for it. Alright, so we can reach this. I'm currently rearranging these to work with the new setup. We're going to do more changes to line this up later, but for now I want to keep things rolling so that I can actually start redeeming, like, points for the event as I'm doing this. So I want it to be able to reach both of these. I could probably fit 3 or 4 of these in a tiny space without it being too crowded. You could technically stack like an infinite number of these on top of each other if you finagle them like underneath each other with the camera, but I don't want to do that if I don't have to. It's kind of ugly looking. Alright, so both of these can be reached, and then can this arm reach both of the outputs is the other part. Probably if I put it in fairly close, a little bit closer, and it should be able to reach both outputs. Okay, that'll almost certainly work. And then this is going to be the event thing. My snails are getting hungry. We're about to hear a really loud noise, so I need to go get some seeds like right now. Alright, see you, Cue Ball. The second I run out of power, my portable oxygenator is going to create a racket, so I need to feed the snails now. I have a couple of these for the drill snail. Usagi, yeah, I'll just give Usagi one, I guess. What's the name of the snail? Which one? There's like 7 of them. Which one? They all have names. Like, I didn't pick them. The snails just come with names. Where's Usagi? Usagi's over here, I think. Alright, you go back on this. What are you raw-being me for? What did I do? Oh no, not the crickets again. Look, we don't need to talk about the crickets. No one needs to know what happened. How's this working? Good, that's good. Why is this not doing anything? It's not powered, that's why. Yeah, not being powered is usually the reason why things don't work. One more extender. God, I'm so happy extenders don't suck now. There we go. Okay, so we have this once again up and automated. It's still very slow. We can definitely scale this up. I'm going to want to go back to Aatrox to get more of these swift Caldrangias, because the other ones I have, as it turns out, are slow, which I didn't realize. Something else happened to a cricket. I don't know. I've killed like a dozen crickets since that stream, but chat only named like 3 of them, because chat only knew about 3 of them. Well, somebody else's. Nevgul's chat knows about the 3rd one. My chat knows about the other 2. I refuse to acknowledge their names because they're horrible and they make noise, and I had to kill them because they were fucking pissing me off and chirping throughout like the entire night for 3 days straight. In my walls, or my vents or something. So crickets are like a kill on sight policy for me now. If I see them in here, they die. That's the policy for the crickets. I didn't want it to be this way, but this is just how things worked out. Maybe if the crickets weren't so goddamn obnoxious, none of this would have happened. Alright, looks like we're good to go. This is fully automated again. Are the arms keeping up with 2 of these cauldrons? It doesn't look like it. I might need another arm. I might need to double down on these. Yeah, the downtime, the bottleneck I'm seeing here is that I need more arms to provide to these Caldrangias. And this one here as well. It actually still can't quite reach everything. I'll worry about this when I design the second pit. Oh, we need Astronium too. Maybe I should reconsider how I'm setting up these auto arms. We need one that can grab the Astronium out of the pit as well. I totally forgot about that. So let's see, how do I want to do this if I was going to scale this up? We need more seeds, honestly. And maybe double the arms. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to go get more pumpkin seeds real quick here. So what do I have in my inventory? I'm going to store these over here. And we're going to really quickly go out and get some more seeds. Don't think I need anything. I'll grab Usagi just in case, I guess. Just in case Usagi spots the other 2 new items that they added to the game. One of which is apparently like a spoiler or something. I don't know what it is. They had like another weird redacted item in the patch notes. So I think there's like a secret item that they added. And then there's a small furnace item that they added that I really want. It's like a portable smelter. So I very much would like to find that. So I need to have the compass open so I can actually pay attention to this nonsense. We're going to stay on the planet. We're not going to use the winch rover. Well, we're going to use the winch rover, but I'm not going to activate the winch. Let me just get another silo. And we're going to drive around for a little while. Or maybe we could... Oh, you know, I could build the scrap train. I've been meaning to do that. Maybe we'll build the scrap train. Yeah, we could build the scrap train, actually. Take a break from the farming. And build the scrap train and look for free stuff while we're at it. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do. So yeah, change your plans. I already set up a bunch of stuff for this, so it shouldn't take me too long to print it out. So I need another storage silo. Just for the winch rover, but we're actually going to make a scrap train. And this is something that I've been wanting to do. It's very therapeutic to do this, even though it's not terribly useful anymore, because I have specifically decided not to make a scrap factory in this save because it kind of ruins the fun of making auto extractors if you just trade for everything. But anyways, this setup over here that I had in the corner this whole time is for the scrap train, so let me go grab the other silo. Where did I put it? I dropped it over here. So we need this here. Can I automate the send function? You can't, which is really stupid. I don't know why, but you cannot automate that. I have to do that manually. So my setup, among other things, might entail like accumulating a large number of these materials so that I can send them all in bulk. I don't know why it's like that. It's really stupid that you can't automate that. Anyways, hold on, I'm dying again. I need to hydrate. Okay, anyways, scrap trains. We haven't seen me do this yet, but you can tie these together. Most people know this if they've played this game before, but you can tie up to 4 of these things in a line.
In loving memory of Sprunky and his fellow fallen friends.
Yeah. Rest in piss.
Cricket.
/ cricket. I don't know why it said the slash that time. Whatever. Rest in piss, forever miss. So here's all this stuff I built earlier. Put these there. Do that. And then we want a small shredder. So this is going to serve multiple purposes. We're going to gather pumpkins, we're going to gather scrap, and we're going to look for a couple new items that they put in the game, and we're going to look for marbles. That is a lot more than a couple purposes. And get this bad boy, put that there. And I do have a drill on the front of this. Hopefully we won't be doing a whole lot of digging with it, but I have the option if I need it. We should have enough packages to carry just about anything I want to. Sounds like a threat. It wasn't a threat, although I wish it was. Stupid crickets. Chat likes them for some reason. Chat likes the crickets because I don't like them. That's what the problem is. Alright, so we're going to mostly be getting out on the right side of the rover, so I should put the stuff I need to interact with on the right side, just for convenience. Because this is just where the game puts you. You can put the seed on the left side, it will still drop you on the right side of the rover, like every time I've tried to do that, so... Seed is staying over there. But the dynamite we're going to need to blow up a few things. Because, I mean, why not? Everybody loves blowing shit up. And I will put a silo here as well. Okay, that should give us a good number of storage options for anything I find out in the field. What else have we got here? Backpack is looking good. I don't really need the high-powered drill tools, but I am going to swap out for them anyways, because I don't really need the small drill while I'm doing this. So put these here. Grab you, grab that, just in case I go into a mountain biome. Okay, we got Usagi enabled. We didn't dick around with the gravity globe. We will do that later. I don't know what the gravity globe does yet. I'm gonna just kind of drop it off over here, and I need to look into that in the future. I'm curious how it works. I think it's a vehicle, but I don't know the details of how it works. So it'll be a surprise when the time comes. We have a bunch of dynamite here to blow shit up. Let me go grab more dynamite. And what I might do eventually is carry around a canister of explosive powder and just craft dynamite on site. But for now, we just have a silo covered in this stuff. Hopefully these don't blow up and kill me. Well, they won't kill me, but they would blow up my rover, which would be really sad. Alright, there we go. So that should be our scrap setup. So again, we're looking for scrap. We're looking for portable furnaces. We're looking for the new secret item, whatever the hell it is that they added. And we're looking for pumpkins. And then maybe anything else I find that might look funny. So this is the most normal rover you're going to ever see me build, because it doesn't fly. Not everything can be a flying machine. Well, I mean, you basically can't make a flying machine out of a rover with trailers. It is uncontrollable. I challenge anybody in chat who watched me make the winch rover to make a flying machine with a trailer attached to it. It is like impossible to control it. So, would not recommend, but I mean, if you're feeling ambitious, go for it. So what we're doing here is we're just going to collect stuff. I guess I could also collect these, because you could shred these things. So this isn't going to be the most fast-paced, riveting content you've ever seen. Hopefully it's at least reasonably interesting. Will this even work, or are these going to be a pain in the ass? Okay, these ones work. The ones that require power surge might not work correctly. I don't need to have the winch on the front, so let me simplify this and stick it on the back for now. The winch is here in case I need to tow this out of a ravine. That's the only reason I brought the winch. But you could shred these research aid like caps, which are very valuable to shred, so let's do it. And then the bottom half for some reason just despawns after a few seconds. I could blow it up, but I don't think it gives you very much scrap, and it'll disappear on its own anyways, so there's not really any reason for me to do that. Yep, there it goes. What we really want, though, is we're looking for, like, large piles of wreckages. I see one of those research things over there. I didn't bring tungsten. I should probably go back to the base and grab some tungsten really quick. Because all of the surface canisters on Calidor are going to require either tungsten or a power supply of some sort. So I'm going to get out really quickly and grab, like, a few tungsten and just bring it back over. I can grab 4 of them by the look of things. Just so that I can unlock those if I run across them. Actually, I can grab 5 tungsten. I can carry 1 on my cursor. Give it a second here. This is a little bit slow to replenish, but, you know, it works well enough for what I need it to do. The only bug you somewhat like is bees, because we would die without them or something. I like the or something at the end. It's like I heard about this on the internet once. Yeah, we'd probably be in a lot of trouble if all the bees die. Though at the same time, I think there is a little bit of fear mongering going on with the whole like, oh no, the bees are going to die situation, because like if we legitimately started running out of bees, I guarantee corporations would step up and start like producing their own supplies of bees to like sell to farmers to keep things going. Like you would get industries would start popping up specifically with the sole intent of providing bees to farmers. So like it's not like all the bees are just going to die off. Like people we'll keep making them if we need them. It's not the end of the world, but it would probably be a bad thing. It would fuck over a lot of people, so it's not a good thing. But it's not like an apocalypse. I feel like it's fear mongering. It just means that somebody will have to step up and do something about it. And there's money to be made for the solution of the problem. So you can almost guarantee somebody's going to solve the problem at some point. For money, of course. And then our prices will go up and everything will be bad. Because, I mean, they push those costs to the consumer. But yeah, I would like it if the bees didn't die. As much as bees are assholes, like, and wasps are the things that need to die. Like, bees aren't that bad. Alright, so I don't know how many of these we need. I might just grab like 12 of these. This is not really the real thing we came out here for. These are going to be easy to get. The thing I'm out here to do is scrap. Otherwise, I would have just gone out here with a hoverboard and grabbed a handful of them. Like, bees are generally not assholes. Sometimes they're assholes, but wasps are always assholes. Not nice animals. Do not like them. Do not want. Alright, so how many do we have? We have 8. I could probably go for 12, so I mean, I'll grab 4 more while I'm out. I don't want to go into these mountain biomes if I can avoid it, because it is a pain in the ass, so I do want to be out in the sand dunes. And I'll grab pumpkins as I see them when I get out of the rover, but for now let's go look for more wreckages to shred. Alright, this is why we attach the drill to the front. Like, yeah, this will increase by save file size, but the convenience is to die for. Just carefully carve a hole through the front, and we don't have to get out and dig or carry it over the top. I need to pay attention to Usagi as well. Unfortunately, this is a very visually noisy like screen I've got laid out right now because there's a lot going on, but I am watching for Usagi indicators on my compass. There's only so much I could do with this video game to make it watchable. I try my best like to keep the camera under control for chat, but this video game is a struggle sometimes to watch or to play, but especially to watch. Alright, we're almost out of the mountain biome. I think... yeah, okay, we're in the clear once we get out of this area, so I just have to drill through this here. Okay, that should be good. That is not good. I don't actually fit through that gap. There we go. Okay, we're in the clear. We got to a new, like, sand dune biome. For a little while, at least. We want to stay here if we can. Okay, I see a wreckage over there. I could blow that up. I don't think those produce solar power. It's fun to just chat with me. I'm happy to hear that. Don't think I have a ton of interesting things to say, but... I mean, if you're happy to talk with me, I'm happy to respond. This is why chat is here. I don't have to stream this game if there's nothing interesting going on. So like if people want to talk to me in chat, like I'm more than happy to go for it. I just wouldn't have like my mic turned on at all otherwise if I didn't want to communicate with chat. I want to see if this thing has a port on it for power. I don't think you can get power from these. I think only the large solar array does that. Yeah, this thing does not produce power. So this is why we brought the dynamite. We could blow this thing up. And it'll produce smaller scrap items, because this thing is too big to pick up. Let me move away from it a bit. But that stuff is not too big to pick up, so we can get a bunch of scrap from this thing. Just drop it in the shredder, as one does. So let me accumulate it up all up here. This is one of these things, by the way, where I'm going to only do this for like maybe a little while on stream, and then off stream, if I need more scrap for something, I will do the grind of gathering the scrap off stream, because it's probably not terribly interesting to a lot of people, but we'll spend like an hour or two doing this just to see the content. And it is fun to do this. It's very satisfying. It has this feel of like cleaning up like litter around the planet, making it look a little nicer. We replaced the litter with craters instead. You've asked several questions that have all gone unanswered. That's probably true, but at the same time, were they actually good questions, or did I intentionally ignore them because you were trolling? So I mean, if they were good questions, lay them on me. Make me feel guilty for ignoring you. If the question was just proof, then there was no answer to the question. Who knows? Alright, it was just you asking proof, which is technically a question, but not a question I feel like answering. I wonder how much scrap that one wreckage produced. Don't worry about that recall failed thing. I explained this earlier, but that is actually the train at my home base. I will explain the problem with the train, but basically the train doesn't work when you're far away from it because this game does not properly simulate the rail systems while you're not near home. So I do need to complain about that. Maybe the devs will fix it. I mean, they fixed the extenders, though I don't know if they did it because I complained about it. Hydrate. Thank you, background. Okay, and luckily you can drive this thing while it's still shredding. I just needed enough slots to open up to actually put things in it. This definitely is safe. There's no hazard in driving this thing around with an active shredder running on it, because this game doesn't actually simulate the physics of anything on the back of the rover. Okay, we see a canister here. Turn a little tight. Okay. Okay, good. I can pop those instantly. I was worried that I wasn't going to have enough throughput from the rover to pop those immediately, but we're completely fine. I won't accidentally shred that. And then once this shredder is done over here, I can shred this top half. Which again, these are worth a lot of scrap, so I think it's definitely worth doing it. Rails are always rendered, but they're not always simulated. So here's what this game does. The rails are like... they're like spline curves or Bezier curves or whatever, however the hell you pronounce that. And the game interpolates the trains down the rails. When you're near them, it interpolates at 60 frames per second, as you would expect. But when you're far away from them, it interpolates at like a third of a frame per second. So like every 3 seconds, the train moves to the next position on the rail that it would have been at that point in time. The problem with that is that the trains will skip over rail posts, and if you have circuitry associated with those rail posts, like if you call the train to a rail post in a tight space and the train overshoots the rail post that it was called to, it fucks up the system and the train fails to get called to the post, and it screws up automated systems because of that. I might actually make a clip of this problem happening and report it to the devs because it's extremely frustrating. Why is this so low on power? Is this thing running at low speed? But basically they don't work correctly, is what it boils down to. I'm going to move a couple of these back here. No, the train just isn't. I thought I brought enough power to do this. I can put the power snail here if I need to. Whatever, we'll let it do its thing. Anyways, the game does not simulate the rails correctly at long distances. I think they did it as an optimization, which I don't know what it's fucking optimizing, because the calculation to interpolate along a Bezier curve is very cheap, but for some fucking reason, they decided to do this optimization anyways, and the result is that the trains do not work at long distances for compact, like, circuitry systems. And I need to complain about that, and maybe they'll patch it, or maybe they won't. I don't know if they listen to me. I think they might hate me because I do nothing but complain about their shitty camera, but maybe there's a chance that they'll fix it. And put that there. I didn't even know those could generate on the surface, those rail pylon things. I will explain it later in more detail. And if the devs already know what I'm talking about, then please fix it. It's very frustrating. There's something I wanted to build in my sorting system that just barely works. And it could be much better if they didn't have this problem. I'm gonna have to put more RTGs on this thing next time I do this. I suppose having more batteries would help, so that's convenient. In the interim, while the shredder's not running, it'll be able to produce more power to stockpile it. I can't tell if the shredder's running at full speed or not, because it's not... I think it's running at full speed. Yeah, it looks like it's running at full speed. Those just take a long time to shred. Got all those. There's usually 5 bits of scrap on the ground here, so I don't know where the 5th one went. Oh. I got this solar panel, and I'll just keep this for power, I guess. I don't know how this works, but the solar power is technically coming in, even though it's pointing in the wrong direction. This is a wacky video game. If I had more, I could technically have a second one of these large shredders, I think. Actually, no, I could only have one on the back because I do need it to be able to drop off the scrap, so I have to have this slot open, but I could have a couple more of these large shredders to accommodate more items at once. Maybe something to do in the future, but for now there's not much to change here, so we'll make do with what we got. I'm only going to be doing this for like an hour before I switch to doing something else for the stream. I'm more than happy to talk to chat while we wait, but besides that I am looking around and looking at my compass to see if I spot anything of interest while I wait for these shredders to run. I'm kind of planning out like where I'm going to go next. So for instance, I'm going to go over to that capsule there and then maybe head off in this direction, because it looks like there's a lot of open space and I don't want to be in these mountain biomes. Oh, actually, never mind. We're going over here. I didn't even notice all this. Yeah, we're turning around. Alright, can I shred this yet? Alright, we're good to go. Let's go back over there. There's a lot of scrap over there we can gather. It was just over the hill, so I barely missed it. Hopefully it generated some of the new stuff in here. What the hell is that? That's new. I've never seen this debris item. Alright, see a cue ball. For real. I think you said lurking earlier, but I mean, I guess maybe you came back from your lurk. I have never seen this debris item. Is this new? Like this one here that's missing the top half of the platform? Huh. That's interesting. Alright, well. There's only one thing to do. Shred it. Waste not, want not. And the solar panel, I can drop this over here. It'll produce more power for me sometimes. And we're going to shred the rest of this garbage. If I start running out of space, I'll probably start shredding like small solar panels because they're honestly not doing anything. Yeah, this definitely looks like new scraps. I did not know they added new models for scrap items. I can't believe I'm getting excited about this. Oh boy, chat, look. New trash. New content. Alright, so... Alright, everything is dug up. In the meantime, let's go ahead and pull this thing out of the ground. Where's my tungsten? On this side. I parked on the wrong side, the thing I said I wasn't going to do. I really want to find a portable furnace. Don't ask how I was able to do that through the floor, just let it happen. It socketed onto the thing that I needed it to, and the thing at the bottom will despawn eventually. Actually, I should shred this thing last, because this salvage item here takes a really long time to shred, so I should move while I have that one in the shredder. So we'll do the other ones first. I think this goes in the large shredder. And we have... Oh no, are these all large shredder items? Oh boy, we're going to be here for a while. What about these? Oh, these are all large shredder items. Oh no. Well, hopefully they shred quickly, because there's like 6 of them. So let's see if we can make the best of our time here. So between shredding cycles, let me roll around a little bit and see if I can find Usagi. Or see if Usagi finds anything valuable. I should have brought the gravity globe just to see how that works. Maybe I could roll around in it or something. I'm assuming it rolls around. It looks like a giant hamster ball, so I've made some assumptions about how it probably works. Usagi is not doing much for me right now. I really wish that Usagi could find things underground while you're on the surface, but the vertical range for the detection is not very good. Yeah, you're fed, right? Yeah, you're fed. Okay, so Usagi could be finding stuff right now, just isn't. The reliving the glory days of being the least useful snail of the bunch. I'm gonna just leave these over here. I'll come back for these with the shredder later. Actually, no, I can shred small items at the same time. Let me actually tow these back over. Don't shoot at me. Asshole plants. Yeah, okay, those go in the large shredder. Well, that's not ideal, but what are you gonna do? Gale the snail. None of them are called Gale, I'm pretty sure. Kind of missed opportunity, honestly. But I think half the snails are references to stuff. I think Bestafar, somebody told me that was like a Dune reference, and I'm like, okay, whatever you say, dude. Because I don't know anything about Dune. And one of them's called Sylva, which is just the name of the planet where you get that snail, so that one wasn't terribly creative. And there's Princess, which is the protection snail. I don't know, they probably just had a brainstorming session where they just had a whiteboard full of snail names and the devs just picked whatever was the funniest at the time. I mean, you gotta come up with the name somehow. Alright, this is not taking too long. How long do these take to shred? I need to watch one of these for a second. I don't know why these are so inconsistent about jittering and spawning particles. The shredders basically stop spawning particles after you use them for a couple minutes, and they just don't ever spawn particles again until you like reload the save. I don't understand this video game. Okay, these are really slow to shred, but these things are fairly fast. Alright, anything else? I don't care about the sight pylon. Those, if I package that up, it takes a large slot, which I don't have any large slots available on my rover, so I can't actually bring it home with me. What else have we got here? This requires tungsten, so I could bring this back. And I don't want to go into this area because it's very hard to navigate on the rover. Usagi means rabbit, which is a pretty funny name for a snail. So Usagi finds stuff buried in the ground, or like on the surface, like a distance away from you. Is there like a folklore rabbit or something that like dug up treasure for people? Is this like a reference to something that I don't understand? It could be something weird like that. Or they just called it rabbit for some reason. It doesn't have anything to do with being a rabbit, because I'm pretty sure rabbits are not known for digging up treasures. It's just not a thing that animal does. Might as well have named it mold or something instead. Where he just sniffs out treasure. I don't know where I'm going with this train of thought. Anyway, let's put this here. Batteries. Alright, I'm going to go get the thing off of that silo. And I need to drop off all the little scraps before I fill up my inventory with crap. Go on the shredder. Game, please. I thought the devs said they fixed the socketing system so that items would more reliably go into small slots. Oh, yep, there we go. Okay, yep, Japanese. There's a Japanese legend about a bunny making mochi on the moon. I don't know what mochi is, but this is the snail that you get on the moon, like the solo. So that's probably what this is a reference to. Alright, it is a reference. Thank you. Thank you, Zozig. Thank you, chat. I'm uncultured, and I need your help to make it seem like I know what I'm talking about occasionally. Where did it go? Am I stupid, or is it over? It's over here. I'm looking for the tungsten research capsule. Oh, there it is. Oh, JK, I knew where it was the whole time. There it is. I was about to say, did I really forget the tungsten? Alright, I'll do a couple trips, but we have plenty of time to kill while we wait for the shredder. And actually, I could just juggle. For anyone who doesn't know, by the way, if you take out your terrain tool, your grab range in this game is like 4 times bigger than your regular grab range. So you'll see me do that a lot without even thinking about it. I can just grab this from over here with my terrain tool. Don't know why, but this game's grab range sucks ass, so I'm 100% going to abuse that at every opportunity. Go in. I don't know how to slot things on these shredders, in case I wasn't already painfully obvious. There we go. Mochi is a dessert made out of glutinous rice. Okay, I wouldn't have known what that is. Japanese things. Again, I'm very uncultured. I am absolutely a baka gaijin when it comes to Japanese culture. I don't know anything about it. I don't watch enough anime, I think, is the problem. I watch Pokemon, that's kind of an anime. Watching them eat, like, pizzas or whatever they localized it to, and it's clearly just rice cakes. Thank you, 4Kids, or whoever localized Pokemon, for taking away even more culture from the show. I don't see anything worth a damn over here, so we might just keep wandering off in a different direction. Yeah, there's nothing else in these sand dunes. Usagi is disappointing me right now. I have not seen Usagi pop up a single indicator for something of value. Why you do me like this, Usagi? I trusted you. I had some faith that you were actually a good snail. And you're once again disappointing me. See, I don't know what this shredder is doing right now. Is it shredding something? Okay, now it's not. Alright, so we have 2 more large items and 2 more small items. And then we could take off with this 3rd large item in the big shredder. See, is there anything else in the distance? Not really. Okay, we're just going to head off in this direction to continue our scrap endeavor. How much do we have? This silo is almost full. And this one is like a little over half. I'm going to probably need to transfer some of the scrap between the 2 canisters to level it out a bit. Probably should have brought more scrap canisters. Didn't realize I was going to have this much, but I guess it'll put a stop to the trip at some point so I don't spend the whole stream doing this. I mean, I do have extra silo slots, so it's not like I'm going to just have to give up and run back home. Put that one there, put that one there. Okay, we're just waiting for this one, and then, okay. Not too bad. Let me run off and see if I could spot anything over in this area. I don't think I've been over here yet. Don't know where I actually came back from. I think my home base is over in that direction, so... I hear some stuff. I guess I could go out over here, towards the north, I guess is what this is. I don't like the fact that you have to dig out the terrain to actually pick these items up. Just make little craters everywhere. I wish you could just grab them out of the soil. It would be much nicer if I didn't have to dig them. Oh. I'm so glad the hoverboard is in this game. This used to be so tedious without the hoverboard. Alright, so shred this. And this one. Power cells, I just slap them on this. I guess they'll get used in a second. Okay, by the time these 2 are done, this thing over here in the large shredder should probably be finished, and then we can put the big item on it and continue our quest. I have unfortunately not found the portable furnace or the other item. It might only be in caves, so I could do some cave exploring later on foot. I definitely don't want to bring the rover down there. So we wouldn't be shredding anything. I would just be running around on foot, or maybe in the gravity globe. Again, I have yet to see how that item works, so I don't know if that's a good item for cave exploration or if it just sucks, which it might. Don't know, we'll see. We'll give it a chance. I'll try to use it before the end of the stream. There we go. Alright, we're good to head out now. I said I was going to go to the north. I don't know what the camera was doing there, but whatever. I'm not going to bother with that. I don't really care. I don't want to have to wait for this thing to finish shredding. And I don't want to package it up and bring it later. I mean, I have a lot of packages here, but it's still kind of a pain in the ass to deal with packing and unpacking scrap items for later, so we'll just leave those. Don't see a whole lot over here. That's where I picked up the table from earlier. I was hoping I would find one of those large wreckages, but just none have shown up yet. I don't think I want to go into that biome. I think that's going to be more mountains. Let's go over this way. Close is that to done? Okay, we can go pick up a new one. Let's go open this canister. Get more bites that we're never going to use. Alright, I think it just finished. Perfect timing. Alright, we're running out of slots. I do think I'm going to need to start packaging research items if I keep grabbing them. I'm not even bothering with like the low value like plant research items. I really only want the big ones. And And even then, I don't really know why I'm bothering, because I don't need bytes anymore. I have enough bytes to buy everything in the game if I wanted to. I can't show how many I have right now because the game won't let me while I'm in the rover, but it's like it's enough. It's not like millions or anything, but it's enough bytes to get anything that I want. The byte research system is kind of a joke. Like, it matters for maybe the first half hour of your playthrough, and then you just get so damn many that it's irrelevant after that. Like, honestly, once you go to Glacio and just start grabbing research items off that planet, you're set to go for the rest of your playthrough. Okay, the home base is back over there, and I am wandering quite far. Usagi also found something, so let's go see what that was, preferably without falling in this ravine. Yeah, so that indicator... Oh, it's a buried backpack. I didn't even know these could spawn up here. This is what Usagi found. So good job, Usagi. You did something. You found a thing. Did it have anything useful on it? Okay, it has... I think it has whatever the curious item is. So this was in the patch notes, and I don't know what this does, so we'll look into that in a second. Let me get the rest of the crap off the backpack. Oh, never mind. Okay, the backpack just despawned before I was done with it. Alright, so let's see here. This little nipple thing, you can research these. I'll put it in the research chamber later. Power cells, oxygen, I'm going to shred immediately, and I guess I'll keep the fireworks because they're funny, and I don't know if they blow up in the shredder. Don't want to find out right now. Alright, so oxygen filters are a joke. This can just go somewhere over here, doesn't really matter. Okay, looks like we filled this one up. Alright, so, what else did we get? I think I got some tethers that I don't want, I'll just shred those. And then this thing. No tricks. I've modified one of the smaller labs to contain the LRD away from prying eyes. So long as the anomaly team back on Luna 1 remains ignorant of number 16's absence, we should be in the clear. If EXO finds out about this, it will be both our jobs. Dr. Alan S. Triton. Global stability 100%. What the fuck does any of that mean? We're gonna need to look into what this thing is. I can use it. I don't want to use it out here. We're gonna use that like a safe distance away from the base once we get back home. We're not using that out here. I don't know what this thing is going to do. If it's gonna like spawn something. So we'll see what that is in a little bit here. So there's the cliffhanger for you, chat. Stick around if you want to see what that thing does, because I legitimately do not know what it does. Where was I going before I spotted that? Oh god, no, don't fall. I guess I was just kind of making my way back home. I was just meandering over this way. Oh, here we go. There's a thing we can shred and blow up, and not necessarily in that order. I think that's another broken solar array that doesn't produce power, so let's unlock this thing and then drive up there and see if we can obliterate that thing. Recycle it. I hate these ones. You just have to stand here and wait. Why is the throughput on the rover socket so damn low? Devs, can you please just like make that infinite? Like, let me output power as fast as I want to, so I don't have to wait for this. Yeah, that's the one I think that's wrecked. It doesn't produce any power, so I am going to blow that up. As opposed to the other wrecked one that does produce power. I don't know why there's a distinction. Yeah, by the way, if you're not near these things when they pop open, the physics engine doesn't wake up, so it doesn't pop off the top. You can just pick it up. It's kind of weird. Alright, so we're out of room to store these, so I have to start doing this with packages. Pick it up, don't ping it. Devs, please, remove that feature. I'm playing solo. I never ever want to ping the floor because I failed to click on something. Why is that not fixed? Alright, so here's another one of these. And then let's go check out the thing on the hilltop. Oh good, I have to wait again. Sometimes they're instantaneous, and then there's one that just requires you to store a bunch of power in it before it'll open, and I think it's more or less random which of the two you get. I probably don't have to actually dig this whole thing out in order to blow it up now that I think about it. Yeah, I should just blow this up on sight, honestly. I don't think I need to dig it out. It's gonna make a crater anyways when I do. I'm trying desperately to pick up that piece of scrap, and the game is having none of it. The collider for the big one, I think, is blocking my cursor. There we go. Nice tumor you got underneath you, little weed thing. And what else do we got here? I don't see anything else buried around this, so unfortunately this one's a bit of a dud. There might be a research item buried under it, but I don't really care. And I don't care about that plant research item at all, so I'm not even going to try to pick that up. Alright, let me move the rover a little bit closer. By the way, you can also interact with rover seats from really far away. I'll go back and pick up the drill in a second. But yeah, take out your terrain tool and you can just interact with anything from unreasonably far away. Some, like, interfaces will close immediately if you do that, but in this case, for rover seats, you can just get in from really far and it'll just let you do it. It was a funny video game. Devs, please do not patch that. In fact, devs, please make the default grab range the same as the terrain tool grab range. We love you long time. Alright, so let's get some dynamite and blow this bad boy up. Beautiful. Just drop all these down the hill. This is so satisfying to do. We're almost done here, chat. So again, for anyone who's getting tired of watching me shred things, after this we're going to make our way back to the base, maybe shred anything we find along the way, and then I'm going to go investigate that weird corrupt artifact that I found and see what that does. And hopefully it doesn't just, like, explode or spawn something in the middle of my base. Like, it doesn't look like it tries to spawn an item, but I don't know. It has the aesthetics of, like, the unidentified satellite. Don't know what to make of this thing. But we shall see. I don't think there are any large scrap items here, so I should be able to shred 2 at a time. Except there's stuff in the way, so it's going to take it a second here. Right there. How much inventory space do I have? I'm going to move a couple of the pumpkin seeds to this storage silo, because we actually have more room on this one. That, and we should have enough pumpkin seeds. I can always get more if I need to. We should have more than enough for the purposes of what I want to do right now. I really wish that these could drop items across these connections. Like, I think trains, you can interact with things across the entire train. So like a shredder would be able to place scrap on a different train car, but for some reason rovers don't let you do that, which is really annoying because you can't have a storage rover. This right here is the only way to put an extra large shredder on a rover. It has to be on the back because otherwise it can't output the scrap to anywhere. Unless they changed it and I didn't notice, I'm pretty sure I don't have any options in that regard. I'm kind of stuck with it like that. I could test it a little bit. Hey Mel. I remembered to call you Mel. I did it. I remembered. I guess I could test this actually. Yeah, I'm going to test this right now. I'm curious if they changed this in a recent patch. So let me block all the slots so this can't output anywhere, and then I want to see where it puts the scrap when it tops off. Let's see, if it just stops, then that means that they didn't oh my, they fixed it! They fixed it! It actually does it now! Never mind, I was complaining about nothing. Thank you, devs. I don't have to do it like this anymore. I could actually have 2 extra large shredders. I did not know that they had fixed that. I'm fairly certain that when I first started doing this, that was not possible to do. The shredder would not drop items across the connection between trailers. Okay, that's huge. That actually means I can make a better rover with 2 of these large shredders on it and not have to worry about where the storage is. Alright, that is very good. Thank you, devs, for doing that. I think that was recent. I'm pretty sure that didn't used to be a thing. Can I fit through this little gap? Please? Okay. Yeah, okay, good. The whole thing fit through. Alright, maybe next time you see this, it'll have an additional car on it. Where is the tungsten? Grab one of these. I don't know if I have a slot for it. I think we're completely topped off now, but let's find out. Nope, we had one more slot. Yeah, okay, we're definitely filled now. So if I see any more of those, I do need to package them. for anyone trying to figure out where I'm going right now, it's very hard to see it, and I'm kind of going in the wrong direction, but I'm going to... It's so hard to see my cursor. This cluster of stuff on my compass here. So we're sort of making our way down south a little bit. Come on, get over this hill! I need to basically go south-right, is the direction that we're going right now. As opposed to north-left. And hopefully I don't have to go through this mountain biome, but I honestly am lost and I have no idea what damn path I took to get here, so we might have to do some digging, make the save file bigger, and we complain about it, but I don't think it'll be too bad. Making our way down south. Exactly. Is that the hole that I dug through this cliff earlier? Did I accidentally find my way back? I think I accidentally found the path that I took to get here. That's perfect then. I'm not even going to try to power that thing up there. I don't want to drive this rover up the side of the mountain. I accidentally found the path. Beautiful. I don't have to do any digging at all. I'd like to say that this was like planned and coordinated, but I got lucky that I just went back the way I came. Oh my god, Adam, do you actually know the lyrics to this song? Because I don't. Literally, I only know making my way downtown is the only part of the song I know. That's it. I don't know the rest of it. Alright, I don't want to drive off this edge because if I land upside down and get clipped into a wall, it's going to be a pain in the ass. So let's actually use the ramp that I built like a civilized driver. It's a very steep ramp. 45-degree grade, but you know these rovers are up to the task. I hope nobody here is an actual trucker because it's probably appalling how steep some of these ramps are, but that's the best you can do in this game. It's very, very difficult to make a 2x1 slope. I think I'll park it... How do I want to park this thing so I can get it out later? We get a tight angle like this, a little U shape. Come on. Yeah, good enough. That'll buff right out. I probably didn't scratch the paint. Look, this time I'm carrying the whole thing. Whoever was berating me earlier for bringing items one at a time, look, this is what I should have done, and I acknowledge that. I'm carrying the entire thing. So just drop all these on the floor. I will get these researched slowly over time as I see the opportunity. Alright, what else have we got here? We found a few odds and ends, a few mismatched items that I'm going to place on the floor where they're probably going to fall through the... fall through the terrain. But importantly, we have a ton of scrap now. In fact, so much scrap that I don't think I could fit them in these resource canisters anymore. So I'll have to deal with that later. Or make a big one. Let's make a big one, actually. So let me drop off all the things that I want. I'll take the rest of this back to the rover for future endeavors. And then we're going to make a large canister to store all the scrap that I found. Little research nipple, we can deal with that later. We got the fireworks. There's an achievement related to fireworks, but I have it already, so they're kind of useless to me. Don't know if I'm ever going to do anything with those. And we're hoping that none of these items fall through the ground for like the few minutes that I'm going to be away. Because the game will certainly try. And we have a few more pumpkins. Let me go get the rest of them off of this. Because the other silo has the rest of the stuff that I wanted. Don't fall over. Don't fall over. God damn it. Didn't use all the tungsten. I'll just go ahead and leave the last one there. Batteries. I do need to add more RTGs, but that's something I can do off stream. I could buff up my shredder rover at another time. We will leave the rest of the dynamite here as well, I think. We only used 2 of them. I was expecting to find more stuff to blow up, but oh well. I apparently dug up organic at some point accidentally while I was doing all that. Don't see anything else here. The shredder afro is looking decent. Okay, let's go over here and start crafting stuff. Yeah, okay, the snails are fine. Do I have any nanocarbon sitting around? I don't think I do. No, I do not. Do I have the ingredients for nanocarbon sitting around? I don't think I have any titanium alloy. I keep forgetting, I'm running out of titanium. I need to actually set up an extractor on Glacio for that. Wonder if we'll get to do that today. How long have I been streaming? Probably 3 hours, I think. The fucking outage reset my timer. Probably about 3 hours. There are some small shadows that move fast. Appear to be from items in orbit. They're H-shaped. You can see 4 to 5 go by during the day. Any ideas? They could be texture artifacts, but I could also go look just to see if I have them. If you want, I can go check them out real quick. I'll just teleport to the solo with the gateway to look at that real quick. I'm curious now what you're talking about. I'd kind of like to see that. Let me make the canister first, clean everything up here, and then we'll quickly go to the solo to look at that. But it could just be texture artifacts, because this game is a video game. And it has, I have seen a lot of texture artifacts for like shadows getting cast like inconsistently. Might depend on my graphics quality. Anyways, I think it's titanium, nanocarbon alloy, and glass to make one of these. We are completely out of titanium, so that is going to be something I need to prioritize soon. Are either of these set up to make... No, they're not. Large resource canister, there we go. Where's the glass? It's on the floor, there we go. Okay, we got that printing. Like, it's possible that what you're talking about is actually significant. Or again, it could just be a glitch, so I'll look at it in a bit. Meanwhile, let's drop off some of this junk. I said I was going to leave the tungsten over here. Or, wait a minute. Right, yeah, I was going to leave the tungsten on the dynamite, with the dynamite canister. Alright, so pull all this off. I don't know how I clicked on that. That is not what I was trying to do. Put all this on the floor. I only want the seeds right now so I can take them over to the farming area. I'll organize the rest of this stuff in a second. There we go. So we should have enough pumpkin seeds for what I need to do for maybe the remainder of the event. We'll see. Because we only had 4 to work with over here. So I'm going to store a few of maybe the lumpy ones. I don't know. I'll store a couple of each. I still don't know if there's any difference between these 2 seed types. Never mind. We literally only got 1 lumpy seed and a bunch of thin ones. And just plant the rest of them in here, I guess. It is kind of weird to me that there's no way to get additional seeds, but maybe it's for the best, because it means I don't have to worry about them accumulating in this pit and fucking with the physics engine before they despawn. And yeah, unfortunately, this thing has not been doing anything while I have been out of the base, because plants only grow while the player is fairly close to them. I don't like that. I wish it did not work like that. I wish the plants would grow from any distance and just grow more slowly, but I feel like the devs have made a lot of very weird optimizations for this game, probably for consoles, which I hate the fact that the PC experience has been neutered for the sake of consoles, but it is what it is. What's making these shadows on 8 tracks? Is that... Okay, is that the same thing? I'm clicking on this right now while I wait for things to happen. Which I'm not waiting for anything to happen, but I clicked on it anyways. What the hell? So the shadows, do they correspond to anything? Or are they just shadows of nothing? That looks intentional. That really looks intentional. Razor Kittens, did you perchance interact with the weird corruption artifact thing? Maybe that has something to do with that. Hold on, where is it? Did you interact with this thing, the curious item? I'm wondering if that like triggers it to happen. Maybe I'll do a before and after. I'm now very curious about this. So I think this is what we're going to check out next. But yeah, it looks like you're not the only one. You're not insane. So it's probably intentional. I'm wondering then what causes those to spawn in. Let me move all of this stuff to this canister. So we need to enable output on both of these. And I need to just somehow get all the extra scrap to go where I want it to. Next time I'm definitely going to bring a large resource canister if I go on a scrap hunt. Now, is this done researching? No, it is not. I only have 1 research chamber on this base, by the way. Like, it's been like this basically forever. I just haven't needed it. This is how many bytes I have. We're up to like 1/6 of a million here. I wish bytes did more in this game. I wish there were some like really expensive endgame uses for bytes, but as it stands, there's basically nothing to do with them beyond a point. And we've unfortunately reached that point. You have not interacted with that thing. Interesting. Alright, so what I will do is I will go to DeSolo and will not interact with it. It sounds like somebody sees them on Aatrox. Yell at me, I guess, if you spot one here on Calidor, but I'll go to DeSolo specifically to look for them. And then we'll interact with this thing, and maybe we'll dick around with the gravity globe while we're on DeSolo. Let's see, I want to juggle through all this stuff so I don't have multiple things going on at once. So bear with me for a second. Let's put 2 more of these canisters over there just in case I don't get around to making the big one. So the Shredder rover will be ready to go later. Probably not going to use it again today. I don't want it to pick up tungsten. I'll have to reorganize all this with the newfound knowledge that it'll actually transfer items through these connections on the trains. I will reorganize this whole thing in the future. We do want this though. I think we're going to use the rocket now that I think about it, so I have more storage space if I need to package anything. So we will travel using the rocket. One of those theories in the comments is 1.0 code bleeding into 2.0. This Reddit post was from 2 months ago. Huh, so it's not new. I don't know if we're going to find anything then. Again, I will still go to DeSolo, and we'll see if we can find it. We won't spend too long on that. But I was wondering if it was associated with this, but if that post is two months old, then I don't know. But what do they mean by 1.0 code? Like, what would those shadows have been cast by? I'm looking at the picture again. What on earth would have made those? I can't think of any model in the game that looks like that. Like, it vaguely resembles the large slot structure. It doesn't look like anything else I've ever seen. Like, do they move around or do they just sit there, like, stationary? What could that even be? Yeah, I'm looking at the picture. I know I'm not showing it on the stream. You can click on the link yourself if you want to see what it is. But I don't know what entity would look like that. The only other thing I could think of that might be is like the underside of a rover or something. Email if you are seeing shadows. 4 days ago. I'm wondering if this is just a bug then. I'm watching this video for a second here. Okay, they are moving quite fast too. It's so fucking weird. Why are you not looking up? Why is the person in this video not looking up? Dude, look up! They're casting shadows! What is wrong with people? Like, what do you think they're coming from? Alright, well that video doesn't look up at all, so we're on our own here. I want to believe, too, I want to believe that people are smart enough to actually look up when they see a shadow coming from an unknown source, like any normal living organism would do. Alright, well, we're gonna go investigate that in a second here. So let me get more seeds for my funny snails. Including Usagi. And Usagi's kinda pissing me off again. Oops, don't pick that up. I need to kill like a minute or two so they actually run out of food and use the extra ones that I'm going to stack on the snail. I just need to wait a minute for them to finish it off so that I can stack an hour's worth of food on top of the things is what I need to do here. So I need to grab 2 more of these. Wait, what the fuck? My shadows are just wigging out there. I think it's just because I brought that off to the edge of my screen. I don't know, that was very distinct. It was very obvious that those shadows were being cast by something or another. I'm just wondering what it is, and I'm wondering why people don't look up. Is this just like a blurry picture of like a Yeti or something, or Bigfoot, and they refuse to take like good quality footage of it, so nobody can actually confirm whether or not it exists? Is that what's going on here? This one should be finished in a second. Whatever, I have enough inventory space. It's looking right into the sun. Oh, so you think they're actually getting cast across the sun. I mean, this is a video game, so the brightest color that this video game has is white. You might still be able to spot them. I don't know if it would depend on graphics settings, so I could increase my graphics quality to see if we can spot them, because maybe they cast from a certain height. Let me see if I have everything I wanted. We're going to Sylva, because that was the spot where I was told these are, even though people could find them on other planets. Maybe they'll be easy to spot on Sylva, because Sylva doesn't have atmospheric haze, so it might be easier to spot them. Well, it has a little bit of haze, but not very much. So we got plenty of packages. Anything else I might need? I got the gravity globe that I'm going to dick around with, which I'm going to take this off, because I think the gravity globe takes up a large slot when you unpack it. So I'm going to drop it on that slot while we're playing around with it. We'll accomplish a few things here. And I think this is finally done. So now I have 4 of these opened up, and we have a large scrap canister for whatever purposes I may desire in the future. Eventually the large scrap canister will probably go over there, because I have a spot picked out for it, but not right now. So let me just get these out of the way. You know, by putting them on the side of the street, as one does. Now we got one more of these. The rest of those are research items and power sources. None of those items should fall through the ground, so I don't really care about it that much. Let's get in the rocket. So anyone who saw the flying rover earlier and has not played this game before, this is how you're actually supposed to go between planets in this game. It's kind of weird, honestly. Like, you get in a rocket, and then the rocket just goes to the planet. You don't have to do any shenanigans with, like, invisible planets and crossing, like, interplanetary space. It's kind of lame, honestly. My way is much more fun. You've tried to paste them on the hoverboard. It looks like they were hauling ass in that video, so yeah, I don't know you'd be able to keep up with that. Let me go to the base I have. That's near the... Why do I have a landing pad over here? Did I... Alright, those fucking... The weird-looking prop landing pads, like the ones that generate with the game, now count as a landing site. This is where my base is, but you know, whatever, let's just go over here. We'll make our way to the equator afterward. Yeah, I forgot. These actually count as a landing site now, which is kind of neat. And apparently they all have gravity globes on them, so... Well, I mean, 2 of them have had gravity globes right now, which is 100%. So definitely, that's definitive proof that it's a 100% consistent feature, because we've had 2 samples. I don't really care about that solar panel. I'm not even going to bother grabbing any of this stuff. I don't need it. Let me just see if there's anything unique here. I do want this. We'll grab that. Don't need any of this other junk. Does anything else generate on the floor around these? No, not this one. I don't know if anything could generate inside of the... Whoa, camera. Inside of this, whatever this thing is. I don't remember what this is called. The shelter, that's what this is called. Except this one's not looking too good for wear. Alright, so if I see any chess pieces in the ground, I will dig them up, but we do have the entire Jasper chess piece set, I think is the one that spawns on this planet. Alright, so let's go to the equator now. I don't know what side the home base is on. It's not showing me the icon, so let's just go this way. And yell at me if you spot these. In fact, let me turn the quality of the shadows up to, like, maximum. Okay, hopefully this doesn't lag the stream too much, but we have maximum shadow quality now, so I would imagine that if these are actually shadow casters that are far away, they should show up now. If they're going to show up at all. And hopefully this doesn't cause too many performance issues. I'm not on the planet that has all the stuff on it, so it probably won't be too bad. Oh, by the way, hoverboard is broken, because you can literally just do this and carry a shuttle around. It's kind of dumb. But hey, I ain't complaining. No, we're not at the equator yet. And I will try to go to the spot where the sun is, but it's on the wrong side of the planet when I get there. Recall failed. Thank you, game. Very cool. Some fitting Cosmic Ocean music playing right now. Okay, we're just about at the equator, and there's the sun. Alright, let's just pay attention right now and see if we spot anything. I don't know, like, if I'm gonna see these or not. I don't know what plays into this, what causes it. I can actually move. The equator is... Just in case they are literally on top of the equator. Let me go to the exact spot where I need to be, which is right over here. Okay, I am, like, pixel for pixel standing, like, exactly on the equator right now. So I think if we were gonna spot these things, they would show up now. And I'm not seeing anything at the moment. So I'll give it a second here. Shout out if you see anything. Okay, I'm gonna read Adam's post. So I'm looking away from the screen for a second here. It looks like we did not get any this time around. Shadows started showing up after the Rails update. Okay. They look like rail posts. They don't look like rail posts though, because they have two of those like horizontal like signal things on the sides of them. Rail posts only spawn in with a single one. They look more like large slots, like I was saying. This slot here, this is the shape that the shadows are in, like roughly. They seem to have like a protrusion on each of the 4 points. It doesn't quite look like rail posts. That's what I thought at first, but it's not the same shape. So let's see, there are multiple people. Sun is tracing a ray across the object, so where the player is standing. They show on every planet. Okay, so we didn't have to go here specifically. We did see them on Aatrox. I didn't realize this. This planet is hauling ass. I did not realize it spins this fast. Or rather, I guess it orbits the... It's not land... Actually, I never thought about this. Is DeSolo tidally locked to Sylva? I never thought about this. I think DeSolo is tidally locked. Sylva appears to not be moving. Or maybe Sylva's moving very little. I guess DeSolo is almost but not quite tidally locked to Sylva. And it's just orbiting Sylva extremely fast is what's happening here. Astronomy. Alright, so I'm not seeing anything here. I don't think anybody else has spotted anything, or chat would have probably sung out by now. I could try to, like, follow the sun, I guess, but I don't think I could follow it that fast. It is moving incredibly fast. This might not be the right planet to do this. Could Razor send it? I don't feel like that would accomplish much. I don't know. Razor, how old is your save? Because this is a save I generated after the snail update, specifically. How old is your save? Just going to kind of go to a different spot to see if I spot anything. I still want to find a portable shredder, or not portable shredder, a portable furnace. Portable shredder would be a cool item, but it wouldn't really help much. I guess it wouldn't be a cool item at all. It wouldn't do anything. Scrap takes up just as much space as the debris does. I'm running out of fuel. Okay, sun is back up. Do we see anything here? Not looking at like it, and we have maximum quality. Only about a month. Okay, so you generated your save around the same time I did then, so I don't feel like that would play into it. What else have you done? Have you like beaten the game, so to speak? Like, have you done the unidentified satellite thing over here? I'm wondering what differences, what distinctions our saves could have that would cause you to see them and me to not see them. Like, maybe they are artifacts of some particular action that you've performed. They may move slower on other planets, but that also means we're less likely to find them, I think is the problem I have with that idea. If they move slower, then I'm not going to find them as easily. That's the rocket shadow over there. That's not the artifacts or whatever that we're looking for. You can make a portable furnace. You can trade for it, can't you? I was hoping to find it. I don't actually have enough Astronium to get one. Isn't it like 8 Astronium? Or can you make it too, Stank? I didn't know that there was a recipe to make it. Like, if it comes to that, I'll trade for it, but I just have not been accumulating enough Astronium to do it, is the problem. I think you can trade for the gravity globe as well. I would also just like to find one in general, because it's kind of fun to find things in a world otherwise devoid of content. Trade, you meant? Okay. I wasn't sure. I'm kind of weird that you can't craft them, honestly, but trading is better than nothing. It gives Astronium a purpose, I suppose. Yeah, this is not turning up anything. Yeah, nice try, plants. This is really not turning up anything here. Razor, have you seen them on any other planets? Or is it only DeSolo? Stank, thank you for the follow. My notifications showing up again? Hold on, I need to watch my stream. I had to turn these off for the Spelunky, like, thing that I was participating in. Let me see if it's actually rendering. Yep, there they are. Okay, those are showing up again. Those Streamlabs notifications. You haven't died in space. Well, wait, I'm not sure what I asked anymore. I'm asking, have you seen them on other planets? Like, at all? I assume you've been to Sylva. Do they show up on Sylva? Oh, Adam asked you. Okay. This is what I get for not reading chat thoroughly. Did you die on a spacecraft? You're wondering if items lost end up orbiting the sun. They get deleted as far as I'm aware. There is something I actually wanted to test though. I'm curious what happens if you blow up a rocket in orbit. So that is something I have on my like wacky to-do list of weird stuff I want to try on stream at some point. You haven't noticed them on any other planet. Have you been near the equator? It sounds like they spawn on the equator and they're cast from the sun. But beyond that, I don't understand why I would not be able to see them right now. And yet there are many other accounts of people spotting these things. 'Cause I stood on the equator and looked for them. What direction do I need to be going in here? Okay, the sun is going to rise from this. Oh, here it is. Okay, one more chance, and then I'm going to go to a different planet to see if I can spot these. Alright, so the equator is pretty much right here. Sun, eh? What if it's a lion? Oh my god, not this again. No one knows. Oh, there they are! It happened! Oh god. Alright, we just saw them. Alright, what just happened? I can't look straight up because this video game won't let me. I'm trying to look up at the sun right now. We just saw them. They definitely exist. They were hauling ass. Alright, what was special about that one? Why did I see them here? There's nothing else there. Get the compass out of the way. Did they occur when the sun was overhead? Oh. Hold up a second here. Chat, do you see what that is? I think they might be rail posts. Alright, we're gonna chill for a second. Some of you might have already pieced together what I'm looking at here. But do you see this? This glob of stuff, and then this slightly smaller glob of stuff, and this space elevator. That is my space elevator. I think they are actually being cast off the space elevator. I think they might be rail post shadows. The reason why I didn't think they were rail posts was because it wouldn't have made sense for them to be compact like that, but I wonder if there's like a double shadow or something that happens just because they're so far away at such a low level of detail. So we're waiting for the sun to come back around and give us another look. But I think we might have the answer to the mystery of what these things are. And what this means is I can go to another planet and I know where to look for them. If that's what this is. Because that's the core of Sylva right now. So I'm looking at the ground. Yep. They're rail posts. Alright, they're rail posts, so that's the mystery. I don't know. Did anybody figure this out? Am I seriously the only person that figured out what these are? They're rail posts. So the thing that we could do here to make this more interesting is go to one of the other planets that would have a shadow cast on it by those posts, but one of the planets that doesn't spin as quickly. So there's the answer. But we're not done with this yet. So I'm going to open this bad boy up. If you haven't seen this yet, I made this myself. It's janky. It's not posted anywhere. Maybe at some point I'll publish this to a website or something. So what we're looking at right now is we're on the surface of DeSolo. Sylva is over there, and the game is trying to simulate the sun like orbiting around DeSolo to make it look like DeSolo is orbiting the sun. But the way this game works is the sun is basically put in a different spot depending on which planet you're on the system. And we were looking at Sylva, which is invisible and has a bunch of rail posts on it. And when the sun was just behind Sylva, and we were standing on this side of DeSolo here, it cast a shadow from the rail posts. Even though Sylva itself is not rendering, the rail posts are rendering. And a shadow was cast from Sylva onto the surface of DeSolo, and that is what we saw. So every time that happens, we're going to see the rail posts. So the question is, which of these planets spins more slowly? Atrox seems to be a popular one. I don't know how fast they move on Atrox. I don't offhand know how fast any of these planets actually rotate. I think they're all slightly different. But we can go to Glacio, which is a white planet, which should make it really easy to see the dark shadows. So we're going to go to Glacio, stand here, And we're going to see what it looks like when the sun casts a shadow across the surface of Glacio on this spot here. They might move more slowly, so we can get a better look at them. If anybody knows whether Atrox is slower or Novus, I'll go to one of those two planets instead, but I think Glacio is going to be our best bet right now. So that's where we're going to be headed. So let me just hop in. I get chat back up real quick here. My windows are a mess, I apologize. And I'll catch up on chat in a second. Let me get into orbit. Did I leave anything on the surface? No, I don't think I did. Okay, what did I miss over chat? We're talking about that. There they are. Yeah, all the rail posts in any planet. I did that one guy's video, had them constantly. I don't... I mean, they weren't constant, were they? I thought there were a bunch of them and then it stopped. Like, that's more or less what I saw. Like, on Atrox, I think they move slower, so it feels like they last longer. Alright, anyways, let's go to... I mean, we could go to Atrox. Let's just do Glacio to be different. I want to be special. I like being special. Yeah, that's the thing. I think it would be harder to see the shadows on Atrox, so that's why I don't want to go there, because Atrox is ugly, and if there's a cloud in front of the sun, it'll be really hard to tell. So the sun is currently over here. I don't know what direction it's going to move in. Let's go to this landing site. And I need to figure out where Sylva is relative to where I am right now. Oh, cool meat cube. Delicious. Or I guess it's frozen argon or something. It's a meat cube as far as I'm concerned. Like, there's no way that this doesn't look like a meat cube. Okay, anyways, what we need to do is go to the gateway, because the location of the sun needs to line up with any planet that I have rails on. Unfortunately, Calidor is in a spot where we're never going to see this happen, because Calidor is to the south, so it is never going to line up with the sun on any of these other planets. It doesn't have a planet to cast a shadow onto with the rail posts. So let me see what gateway we're at. We are at Equator 1, so I'm checking a text document I have right now to see which planet is above Equator 1, if any. I don't have a good way to show this on stream, just take my word for it that I sort of know what I'm doing. Equator 1 on Glacio is on the Atrox side. So we need to go west to Equator 3, and that is going to be where the shadows get cast from Sylva. So let's go to Equator 3 and hope it's not the middle of the night. So we need to go west. North left. Okay, this way. I think I have this right. If I don't, then we just have to go to the other side of the planet. It's not a big deal. I have plenty of hydrazine. I have another one on the rocket and the ones on the thruster, so I don't have to worry about running out during this. This will be easier, I think, than launching the rocket and trying to land somewhere else, just because it's so hard to get a landing pad where you want it. What the hell is that? Hold on, I'm getting distracted. What? These are new as well. This is... Are these wind turbine debris objects? I didn't know these even existed. Yeah, they must have added a bunch of new debris. What the fuck? That could spawn in there? It didn't... Okay, I'll take it, I guess. Alright, anyways, onward, west. I'm checking around real quick to see if I spot one of the portable smelters. Otherwise, I think we'll go dig up some Astronium and trade for it. I don't have an extractor for Astronium, and I just in general have spent very little time on the cores of any of these planets, so I just don't have any. I would have to go get some to do the trade. Or wait for my pumpkin farm to generate enough to do the trade, which I think it's generated like 2 or 3 right now, so that's not ideal. Alright, so we're in the right spot. Where's the sun? Is the sun going in the right direction? We might actually be exactly where we need to be. This is where we're going to get the best view of it. The sun is going in the correct direction. Alright, so the way that this works... First, actually, make sure I'm on Equator 3. Oh my god, words, that I didn't go the wrong direction. Alright, we're on Equator 3. Equator 3 has Sylva directly above it. Some are too big to shred, so they're kind of pointless. Yeah, I don't like the fact that you have to blow up a lot of them to shred them. It's a little bit lame. Usagi's pointing me towards something down there. Okay, one thing at a time. Let's focus. At high noon, so to speak, we're going to have the shadows get cast across our head. So let's go over to a flat plane and see if we could spot them. See if they're slower, because the sun is not moving nearly as fast. So I don't care that the cloud is above me. They should come in from this direction and sweep across past the gateway, is what I'm expecting to happen right now. Hopefully. Trying to see if I could spot them coming in. I don't know if you need to have high shadow quality to see these or not, but I don't feel like testing that right now. There they are. Yep, there's one. Is that it? Is that the only one, or are there going to be more? I'm disappointed if that was the only one. We saw something. A single object swept past me right here, and I did not see any more. Where's the sun now? Did I miss the whole thing? That was extremely underwhelming. Why was there only one that time? Is there something to do with, like, certain things not rendering? It didn't even look quite like a rail post. I don't know why there would have been only a single one. Well, there's kind of no point in chasing them. They're very fast. I don't think I could keep up with them. That was very underwhelming. We got a way better view of them on DeSolo when they were hauling ass. I don't know why I can't see them now. I don't think the cloud has anything to do with it. Clouds in this game don't cast shadows. Huh, I don't know. Well, anyways, what's Usagi pointing me to? We might take another crack at this, depending on how long a day takes on this planet, to see if we can spot another one. Usagi's pointing me at this thing, which generally just has garbage, and I don't even think it's worth digging out the terrain to see what's in this. I'm trying to poke the camera into it to spot it, but the game is not cooperating, so we're not even going to bother digging that out. It's usually just like random resource items. So I don't know why that was so shitty. I wonder if it has something to do with Sylva not fully rendering everything from where I was. So what do we have here? Just more debris. They added debris items, I think, for like all the power generators is what it looks like. So like these large and extra large like wind turbines seem to have them now. Interesting. And just like variants, like this is new, I think. This large platform debris item didn't exist. I'd never seen that before. Very peculiar. You feel like I could keep up with that? So the way this is going to work, it's you can't like chase it around the planet. I don't have a good way to demonstrate this. I wonder if we should bust out MS Paint. Let's bust out MS Paint. Everybody loves MS Paint. Alright, is this going to capture? Oh, damn it. Hold on. Untitled. What? Don't capture that. Paint. There we go. Okay. Why is it down there? Why can't I reset the transform on this? Why is it so small now? Okay, good enough. I think we can all see this now. Let me get chat up. Alright, so here's the deal. Here's what's happening. Here's our scummy, shitty diagram, because I love drawing these. So we've got Sylva. Sylva is over here. Sylva is not rendering. Like, this is where it is in theory. It's not actually rendering. And then we have Glacio down here. Let me actually make both of these bigger so it'll be easier to tell what's happening. Oops. That's a little too big, actually. So Sylva can be like this big. And Glacio can be over here. This is scuffed. I'm trying to figure out the best way to demonstrate what I think is going on here. And for anyone who's curious about this, maybe this will be interesting to you. So this is wrong. Glacio should be on the right side. I'm probably not going to make a 3D model of any of this nonsense. Alright, Glacio is over here. We only need to see half of Glacio to get the impression of what I'm trying to show. So let me just do it like this. And these are comically not to scale. So that's that one. That's going to be Sylva. Sylva is not rendered. Glacio is rendered, so let me go ahead and bucket fill that in. And then we got the sun, which is going to be just kind of a dot off in the distance like this. And I think what's happening here is I have a bunch of rail posts sitting on this planet. I'm just going to depict those as like little gray blobs or something. So I've got like a bunch of rail posts like running across the surface of Sylva. And what's happening here is the sun is casting a shadow off of the invisible spot where Sylva is. Now let me depict that in white, I guess. Through these rail posts onto the surface of Glacio, like this. So you're going to see something like this happen. I think the sun acts as like an infinite distance light emitter, so it's going to look something like this. And this is where the shadows are going to wind up. And I can draw this one better. This is where the shadows are going to get cast onto the surface of Glacio. And then as the sun moves... So once the sun direction gets moved to like up there, let me fill in the background color, those shadows are going to switch to the opposite side of the planet. So instead they're going to get cast, again the sun is an infinite distance away, so they're going to get cast like this, I think, is what's going to happen. So only this side of Glacio is ever going to have the shadows get cast onto it. They're going to start here. And then they're going to sweep across it, slow down as they reach this point, I think, and then really quickly sweep across the other side. And then for the back half of the planet, we're never going to be able to see them. So you can't like follow them around the equator. I don't have a better way to describe this other than the fact that the shadows are basically going to do this. They're going to start here. They're going to be moving really fast. They're going to slow down, and then they're going to be moving really fast again, based on where the sun is. So that's the behavior that we're expecting here. So hopefully that was a reasonably cohesive explanation of what I think is going on with the game engine. So let's get this off the screen. Now that said, what time is it? I was hoping I stalled long enough for the sun to come by again so that we could see it happen a second time. And what I want to do is I want to start over here on this side, where we're more likely to see them. It's not the planet rotating. The planets do not rotate in this game. I think we have some time to kill, so I could show you the other diagram, but let me get on the top of this mountain first to improve our odds of seeing this happen. Oh, this is a good spot. We might be able to spot one happening here, like just anywhere in this big area. But yeah, we're on the equator right now, so what we're hoping is that we spot one like sweeping across this area. I don't know how close you have to be to see these. And I should be able to go all the way over there and see them come in. So actually, let me go a little further this way. Maybe we can get a flatter area with better shadow casting. It's difficult to make sure I stay on the equator here, so I need to be really careful. Because I know I have some of these going through the core of Sylva, and those are probably the ones that we're going to see. Yeah, this looks pretty good. I think we'll stick with this lineup right here. I'm able to sort of keep track of the grid for this game, but it's not completely trivial to do it. What I'm hoping is that I'll be able to spot one and chase it. That's what I want to do here. In fact, let me make sure I have enough hydrazine to do that. I do not have enough hydrazine to do that. Let's get an extra. Alright, we have plenty of hydrazine now. We should have no trouble with that. Where's the sun? So the sun is going to come up over here. It's going to hit Sylva, which is somewhere in this area, and the shadows are going to get cast over this edge of the horizon. So the shadows are going to come from this side towards me, and what I'm hoping is I could find one and chase it for a little while and see if I can get a better idea of where it is and how fast it's moving. So we're just waiting for the sun to come up over the horizon at this point. So just one more visualization here for anyone who's still confused. Maybe this will actually help, I don't know. Again, this is the actual 3D diagram that we're looking at here. So if you pretend that De Solo is the sun, when the sun gets overhead, it's going to cast shadows through the rail lines I built on Sylva onto the surface of Glacio. So, let's see, the sun rises in the east, I believe, in this game. So the sun is going to start looking like it rises on the east, which means it's going to start over here in this area of space. It's going to come up over the horizon. It's going to be casting the Sylva shadows into the abyss like this. But then the sun is going to move over to like where De Solo or the satellite are, and it's going to cast the shadows at this edge of Glacio, and then towards the middle, and then towards the left side of Glacio, and then they're going to be cast into the void of space again. So that's why we're starting on the west, and we're going to chase them from west to east. That's the plan. Why are we doing this? For science. Is there any other payoff? No, not really. So we just need to pay attention now for when the sun comes up over the horizon. What I would like to be able to do is spot where Sylva is, and the thing is there's a cloud in the way, so it's hard to tell. But as this recall failed indicator has helpfully indicated, Calidor is over there. The space elevator is where I'm running my cursor right now. I can see the space elevator. And that means Sylva is right here. So when the sun is behind this, is when we'll be able to see the shadows getting cast on us. These clouds unfortunately do not move, and I don't know how to get rid of them. So we may be stuck with that. I'm going to go a little further and see if I can get out from under that cloud so that we can actually see it. Because I would like this to be as clear as possible, because it is interesting to me as well. That's good right there. Okay, you may be able to spot this now if I stop moving the camera. Those are the rails that we're expecting to see shadows from. Specifically, the rail posts are the things that are casting the shadows. But you see the little stationary pixels that are not moving with the stars? That's Sylva. That's the thing that's casting a shadow on us. And right there is the hub of the space elevator, where I'm circling my cursor. So let's see if that works. We're just going to have to kill a little bit of time. I don't think you could turn off the clouds. Let me check the settings. Oh, interesting. There's another shadow detail. Let me just max that out, just in case that helps. I'll need to remember to set these back to lower, but we have max shadow quality, and shadow casters are light sources. I think the sun always gets a shadow caster slot, but I'll go ahead and turn that to max as well. If we start dropping frames, it's not too bad, but I don't think we're going to lose any frame rate until I go back to the home base. And I don't see any option to turn off the clouds. Yeah, shadow casters are usually light sources, so I don't think that's going to do anything. Yeah, we got all the options that I could. Alright, so again, Sylva is right there, and interestingly enough, I'm having trouble seeing... Yeah, there it is. Okay, that's where the space elevator is. Recall failed. I will eventually do something about that, or at least complain about it, because I don't know if I can actually do anything about it. Hello, Brozelli Gaming. Well, we're just looking for some shadows right now. We're literally waiting for the sunrise. I don't know if you've been lurking if you just got here, but if you want to know what we're doing, we're evaluating a bug that people have been seeing with weird floating shadows getting cast across the surface of the planets. And I want to see it in action now that I think we understand how it works. So the sun is now coming over the horizon. You just arrived. All right. Do you want context? I mean, we have some time to kill here. But we had a couple posts of chat members asking about like weird shadows getting flung across the surface of planets that people are standing on, and people thought it was like weird drones or like a new secret or glitch or something. But it's not. It's just a glitch. It's not actually that interesting. But I want to see it happen now that I think I understand how it works. But basically, there are rail posts up here on Sylva. Sylva is invisible. This is where Sylva is in the game engine. And these rail posts cast shadows from infinite distances, apparently, because you could see the shadows when the sun passes behind these rail posts getting cast onto the surface of another planet, and I want to see that happen in a controlled environment now that I know how it's happening. I'm in adventure mode. I keep calling it survival mode. I guess it's called adventure mode, isn't it? Yeah, this is an adventure mode save. I have not done anything in creative on these streams so far. So we're waiting for the sun here to move behind the rail posts that are floating up in space, which I'm having a lot of trouble seeing them now. Did I move out of the way, or did they actually stop rendering? No, there they are. Oh, they're so hard to see, but the space elevator is right here where I'm running my cursor. This is where the space elevator is. So when the sun gets up here, hopefully we'll be able to chase one of them across roughly half of the surface of Glacio. If that doesn't work, then oh well. I wonder if the satellite casts a shadow. That'd be interesting. The satellite is up there, And it always renders, unlike Sylva, which is not rendering. It's so difficult to see the spot. I need to keep my camera pointed right here, because this is the spot I need to look at. Alright, hopefully we see just one of them. Like, I don't know why I didn't see several of them like I did on De Solo, but we'll see what happens. Seeing the shadows of the rail posts. They'll cast onto any planet that is, like, in a spot where the shadows would get cast. So basically 5 of the 7 planets are positioned in such a way that you could see this happen. There's one. Go faster, Astroneer! Oh, they're so fast. We just saw a couple of them fly by on the right. I don't know if I could catch up to them. I hope chat saw them. There were 2 of them that flew by on the right. I didn't realize they'd be over there. I'm not sure if we can move fast enough to keep up with them. Oh, they're moving so fast. You saw them? Okay, somebody saw them. Make a clip, I guess, if you want, but it wasn't much better than the previous clip that we had. Yeah, I don't think I can actually chase them. They move too fast. Yeah, I think they're gone. They were hauling ass. We could try it on Aatrox, I suppose, just to see if they're any slower. Was there a video of how fast they were on Aatrox? Let me look up. I think we... Yeah, Sun's gone. They literally, I think we had like maybe 15 seconds to chase these before they were just completely gone. But at the very least, we've confirmed it, so we now know why that happens. It's just rail posts in the void of space getting cast from other planets that are not rendering properly. I don't know how fast these planets spin. Does the wiki have any information on this? Are there any planets that are tidally locked to the sun? I don't think there are. I think Aatrox wouldn't be either, because yeah, Aatrox definitely has a nighttime cycle. So if there are no planets that are tidally locked to the sun, then there's nothing I could do to make this better other than hope that one of the planets moves more slowly. Or rotates more slowly is what we want specifically. Because on De Solo, they are insanely fast. I'm looking at one of the clips that somebody sent me again to see how fast they were on Aatrox. Yeah, they were also really fast on Aatrox, so there's no point in going there. Maybe slightly slower, but still very fast. So I would not be able to keep up with these at all. Just nothing moves fast enough except maybe the winch rover, and I wouldn't be able to control it. Oh, I think we've maybe finished our investigation of this. We now know what causes that. You did see some shadows whiz past. Yeah, I got a good image of it on De Solo. I guess we'll go to De Solo one more time, just because De Solo spins so fucking fast that it takes an extremely small amount of time to see it. So let's get one more lineup on De Solo. Since we know we can't chase them anymore, we might as well go to a spot where they come to us. See if we can get a good clip for anyone who cares. Maybe post that to those Reddit threads. You know, horse some attention for a second here, because posting videos of space elevators doesn't get you as many upvotes on the Astroneer Reddit as posting a picture of a marble. So maybe this will be my big break to internet fame. So I'm going to the base I had, because I believe this base is on the side where Sylva is. And for anyone who doesn't know what I'm talking about, that is not Sylva. That's the space elevator, by the way. But this is not Sylva. This is fake. This doesn't do anything. Sylva is in a different spot in the void of space. Specifically, I think Sylva is located down there where I'm pointing the camera, which is now up there. I'll double check the number. If it's not here, it's on the opposite side of the planet. So let me check which gateway this is. This is gateway 1. And according to my notes, I'm on the opposite side of the planet from where I need to be. Go figure. So let's get back in the rocket. We need to be on the side where Sylva is. Or technically any of the other planets could also work. But Sylva is going to be the easiest one to spot. Alright, I need to get to the other side of De Solo. I'm looking in the void of space now. That's the space elevator right there. So this is the side we want to be on. This gateway right here is where the shadows are going to be. Seems like they're They are uncultured heathens. I'm sorry anybody who likes the Astroneer Reddit, but you can't pretend for a second that it isn't full of 12-year-olds that are just enamored by marbles and their first nanocarbon alloy. And I'm sitting here with a space elevator and having flown the Apollo 11 Eagle lander between two planets, wondering why I even bother posting on that Reddit. When accomplishments mean something completely different to everybody that's there. But oh well, we could still answer some questions at least. We solved the mystery of the shadow casters. It took about, I think, 5 minutes to figure out what caused it. I've spent more time trying to reproduce it. Alright, so let's pay attention. Let's get up on top of the hill and see if we can spot the shadows as they whiz past. So I'm looking at where they should be coming from. There they are. Beautiful. That scatter of casted shadows was basically every rail post I have, like, near the core of Sylva. That was actually a really good shot. I'm surprised that we got them all to show up like that. I didn't think I had that many rail posts there. I'm reading your chat message. Give me a second here. Yep, you're seeing the shadows on other planets projected onto the surface of the planet that I'm standing on. So Sylva is... You can actually see it. You can see it clearly here. That line is the space elevator. And then those are the rail posts on Sylva. And there's a clump of them near the core where I dug down to the center of Sylva with rails. And what we just saw was the rail posts near the center of Sylva getting cast all the way through space onto the surface of the Solo. There's some good stuff, but the mouth breather's lower the average. Yeah, I feel like that's how it is. It's a shame. Like, I feel like this game has a lot of scientific potential for like a technical community, but it just doesn't exist. There aren't enough technical players for this game, and the game itself is like 90% of what you need to be like a technical success. But like, for instance, shit like the rails on Calidor over there not working correctly, like just random stuff doesn't work properly, and it's just dysfunctional enough that it makes you not want to invest a ton of time building like a supercomputer in a video game where none of the simulations are consistent. So like, for instance, over there, you're going to see this happen because rail posts don't simulate correctly when you're really far away from them. And I have an automated train that is supposed to be sorting items for me. But every few seconds, it throws a recall failure because the level of detail on train movements that are far away from you is insanely low. And there's a bug with having two rail posts close to each other, with a train being called from one rail post to the other one that causes this message to show up. So if nothing else, this is a good way to set up a beacon to see where a planet is in the void of space, but I wish it just worked instead. I already know where the planet is. It's where those rails are. It's unfortunate that Calidor can't cast a shadow on anything, because for anyone who just showed up here, Calidor does not cast a shadow because Calidor is down to the south. So the sun would appear to be running on where my cursor is. Roughly this ecliptic is where the sun would be running, and Calidor can't cast a shadow onto any of the other planets because of that. Neither can Visania up here. Visania's sun would be orbiting around it like here. So it's only these equatorial planets that have the sun capable of basically causing eclipses where the rails from one planet could cast shadows onto a different planet depending on where the sun is located. The satellite, technically you could see shadows from Visania get cast onto the satellite, but the satellite is tiny. I don't even know if the satellite can receive shadows. I don't know if that shader allows that to happen. So effectively these 5 planets here are the ones that you could see them on: Sylva, Atrox, Novus, Glacio, and Desola. That's just how it be. Alright, so any more questions about that, or can we move on to something else? I think we beat this horse into the ground at this point. The recall's amusing. It really is just the pinnacle of this game working 90% of the time, and then just weird crust like that showing up in my streams for the remainder of my gameplay. Fucking recall failed. A flock of wild shadows. Okay, we have a couple clips. Yeah, if you want to answer if anybody else wants to like take the fame and answer the question, I mean, you can just post the clips or explain it yourself. I'm not gonna act like, oh, I discovered this, I'm the most important person in the universe. But I mean, if you want, you can post the clip to those Reddit threads explaining why it happens. So I don't know, it's up to you. If nobody else gets to it, I might do it myself. But we solved the mystery. We now know why that happens. Sorry if I answer the question. You got it. What? Did you get a mid-roll ad or did you refresh the stream? I have mid-roll ads turned off. I'm going to be pissed at Twitch if you got a mid-roll ad because I'm never turning those on my stream. I hate mid-roll ads. So let's see. I'm reading your question now to see if I even answered it to begin with. Did I say they're in the core and are casting shadows through the terrain? So, did you see the diagram that I just posted? Like, I'll pop it up again in case that was covered up by the ad. Did you see the diagram I just posted here? Because this is what I'm talking about. The planets are actually in these locations. So like you see on the stream here, they look like they're in a disk. These planets are fake. These planets, they cast shadows, but they don't cast rail post shadows. The actual planets are in these positions here. The sun basically orbits the planet you're standing on to simulate the effects of you orbiting the sun. But each planet is actually the center of its own universe with a different sun. Well, it's the same sun, but it's in a different spot. The game moves it to a different point, and they circled around the planet that you're standing on. And you're pretty much seeing an eclipse with the rail posts, where the rail posts are eclipsing the sun as you see it from each of these individual planets here. And that's what's causing the shadows to get cast. So the sun is on the opposite side of Sylva. It crosses the core of Sylva. And the rail posts that I built in Sylva's core are casting shadows onto the Solo, is what's happening. And it has nothing to do with where the equatorial, or not the equatorial, the solar system disk is located. This is completely irrelevant. So hopefully I explained that reasonably well. The game engine doesn't put the planets in the same spots because the planets need to be stationary for the game engine to work correctly. So everything is a lie, pretty much. Also, this thing right here, you see a lot of posts about this thing right here. Like, every week, this thing gets posted. Somebody posts something on the Discord, not the Discord, the Reddit, about this thing right here. Let me go to a different planet so I can show you what that is. It's just the satellite, but I might as well cover this question for anybody who's never seen the answer before. It's just the unidentified satellite. It's visible everywhere once you've activated one planetary core. So now that I've flown to Calidor here, what has happened is the game has kind of seamlessly teleported me to Calidor, adjusted the sun to be further to the south, and it's basically simulating the solar system from a different perspective. But that unidentified satellite right there, let me see if I could spot it, is actually this right here. So this is physically where the unidentified satellite is in space at all times. So for anyone who was wondering what the answer to this was, because you will literally see this post on Reddit once a week. It's the unidentified satellite. It's not that interesting. You can fly here with a flying machine, one of the rovers that I built, perhaps. Bros Helly Gaming, thank you for the follow. But yeah, you can fly here with a flying machine, and it is just in this spot. I can actually see it from the surface of Calidor from my base. I know where to look. It shows up once you activate one planetary core. I believe it still exists before you activate a core, but since you can't see where it is, it would be insanely difficult to fly to this while it's not rendering at all. And then the other thing is, you can see while I'm orbiting this planet, the space elevator is right here, and then these rail posts that you can very faintly see, these are the ones that were casting shadows on De Solo. It's hard to see them because I can't get a good angle, but Sylva is right here. I wish this text box would stop showing up. Sylva is right here. You could actually see another piece of Sylva. This little cigar looking thing right here is the satellite that orbits around Sylva that you see when you're in the main menu. This also renders at all times, and it is orbiting, supposedly orbiting Sylva. It's near Sylva's south pole. So this right here is basically the arc of Sylva. Half of it is visible right now. And then Calidor is down here to the south of it. So I can look up at Sylva, and it would be in this position right here. And then again, there's a planet here, here, up here. De Solo specifically is the one that's over here. The satellite is up there, and Visania is way up here past Sylva. That's the arrangement of the solar system. So there you go. Now you've had your eyes open to the reality that is the Astroneer universe. Because everything is a lie. So if I go back to my home base now, have I reported or seen this? Yeah, that's what started this all off. I can actually repost a couple of the threads. Somebody in chat asked me about this, and there were a couple of Reddit posts. So I'm just gonna repost them for anyone who was wondering what we've been doing this whole time. These two posts got thrown up after a chat member asked me about the shadows, and we went and figured out what it was. And unfortunately, we will not be able to see them on DeSolo, or we can't see them on DeSolo. We cannot see them on Calidor or Visania because those two planets are not lined up with the other planets. Anyway, just to finish off that train of thought here. These unidentified satellites, it's daytime, so it is extremely hard to see it. You're going to have to take my word for it. You can maybe see it a little bit. It is that thing right there where I'm circling my cursor. I'm trying to move my screen a bit so that you can see it glitter. That is not a star. That's the unidentified satellite. I'm looking mostly to the north and then up a little bit. So that's where the satellite is, and DeSolo is up here in this general direction. So just that's how you do this kind of thing. That's how you know where stuff is in space. Having like a picture or a diagram helps a little bit. So if that diagram was useful to you, take a screenshot of it or something. Maybe I'll upload it to a website at some point. Glad I tested this. I love testing shit. This is a science-themed stream. This is a stream where we dick around with stuff and try to learn new things about this game.
I cannot hear a thing but hello from Seattle, and I hope you have a good rest of your stream. Cosine to Soap King.
Oh, thank you, Kristen, who cannot hear me apparently. Hold on, we can reuse this one. There we go. I'll just leave that on screen for a second here. Alright. That was me yelling at Comcast earlier. That's why this Comcast Please thing is still here, by the way, because Comcast ruined like half an hour of my stream. But yeah, science. So yeah, if you haven't seen my base yet, this is the actual home base. I built it on Calidor. It's intentionally on the equator so that I had the logistics problem of needing consistent solar power and batteries. I could have just built it on one of the poles and had power forever, but it was way more fun to haul the two giant solar arrays on top of this gateway and then build a ton of batteries for overnight. So anyone who hasn't seen this yet, because I think I did this during a stream, but I think it was late at night. This is where I'm getting my power from. I have two of these. This solar array here is the one from Calidor, and this one here is actually from Sylva. I towed this one through space on the space elevator, which I think I made a highlight of me doing that as well. You know what? I might as well show the damn space elevator. This is now a base tour, everyone. We're not doing any more farming. This is a base tour because we're gonna show the space elevator. So anyways, this is another thing I towed from DeSolo to Calidor. I had to use a flying machine for this one, but for the space elevator, I actually used a train to bring the solar panel. I think every planet has one of those large solar arrays, but I don't have any more space elevators, and I don't really feel like towing any more of them. But yeah, let's go ride the space elevator and just have a little bit of fun. So let me go get in the fast train real quick. I need it to... I'm trying to get it to settle and turn around. There we go. I'm on Calidor. All right. Let me link you. I guess we could watch this, I guess, too. But let me link you this. You don't have to watch this now while I'm doing something else, or maybe you could. Nah, don't mute it. Actually, I had music playing during that, and it was perfect. So don't mute that if you're going to watch it. It's worth listening to it with the interstellar music because that's the one that didn't get VOD muted. And then we also have the space elevator here. We could just watch it together, I suppose, and risk getting it muted again. Maybe we'll just do that. I don't know. I'm really proud of how this turned out. But I don't want to like push it too hard for people who aren't interested is the thing. So I'm trying not to just like relive glory days of previous streams of this game for people who just don't give a shit. And I've seen this like 50 times already because I talk about it a lot. But that's the clip of how I did that. And then I also have a space elevator clip that also has music playing over it, but we could just ride it. You decide what you want to do. I'm not going to say anything interesting during this, but you decide if you want to save that clip for later, Zelly. Or bro. Do I call you bro, or do I call you Zelly, or do I call you bro Zelly? I don't know how to address you. I don't know if you have a preference. And I do know about your YouTube channel, by the way. I have seen a few videos from it. I'm actually trying to remember, what have I watched on your channel? While you're doing that, let me actually check your channel, see what I've watched on that. There were a few things I think that were useful on that. For anyone who doesn't know, Brozella Gaming does have a YouTube channel with Astroneer and other games on it. So there's our shill, there's our crossover. Even though I don't have a YouTube channel, I'm not even a YouTuber. I'm scrolling down to see what you've done here. I feel like there was something you built that was actually useful to me, but I don't remember what it was. Alright, meanwhile, we're just riding the space elevator while I look at my browser. I don't remember what it was, but you can check out their channel, or his channel if you want. Most people call you Zelly. Okay, all good. So anyways, here's the space elevator. And one thing I did off stream that I should not have done is I smoothed it. It used to be lumpy and shitty looking, and you can see now it's actually really nice and clean. I went through this whole thing and smoothed it out. It was a pain in the ass. I don't think I want to do that to Sylva's side of the space elevator. But it's like almost perfectly straight on this side, and then it becomes really janky when you go through the void of space. So give it a second here. We're going to get to the interstellar space. Nice, the camera allowed me to pitch up. Sylva is up here. And this is the part where the camera basically loses its shit and I need to manually control it, or it is going to be flailing around at random. But it was very difficult to build this. I basically used like a weird physics exploit that allows you to build rails on the sides of tall platforms in order to place these through space. And hooey, there is a lot of space. I had to build all of these with a single save and load each time. It was very difficult. I would not recommend doing more than one of these. Like, build one of these if you really want to. But after that, it took so long. It took me 6 hours to build this space elevator to Sylva here. That said, I don't regret doing it. It was a lot of fun to discover how to do this. You haven't played much with the winches since they fixed the tension strength. Did they? Winches have been the same for like a couple of years, I think. Or are you referring to something earlier than that? Because like I feel like they've been, as long as I've played the game, I don't feel like they've changed the strength of the winches, or at least as long as I played the game and knew what the winches were capable of doing. Yeah, so here's the Sylva half of the space elevator. This is the crusty side, the one that I didn't smooth out and I'm probably never going to. So you could tell I was just using the alignment mod to build this and just pillared straight up, which worked well enough, but it's kind of jittery. I do like how the camera is willing to let me look down for this part, though. I think this looked really cool. And then it eventually just goes over to the original starter base, which there's really nothing to see there because I moved all the important stuff to Calidor. So the starter base is just like a few printers, a smelter, and like a zinc auto extractor or something. But yeah, what I did here was the large solar array was over... Camera stop, camera stop, camera stop, camera stop. Thank you. The large solar array was over here where this wreckage is. I stuck a winch on it, I put it on the train, and I just took it back up the space elevator. It actually, I didn't have to do anything. It didn't detach. I was able to just bring it all the way up. I think I have a highlight of myself doing that. But you can tow things with the space elevator. However, most of you probably don't have a space elevator, so you can also use a flying machine to do that, and that is what that Apollo video is about. So if you want to see how to do that, you can use the Apollo video to like see a demonstration of it. So what I'm going to do here is, instead of riding it all the way back, I'm going to just use the gateway to teleport back to Calidor. And then I will call the train from Calidor. By the way, I do have power from Calidor all the way over here on Sylva. This links power between these two planets. So this planet here has the exact same access to the power source that I have on Calidor. I don't have to put any power sources on this planet. Although I do have a couple from the starter base, I don't need them anymore. Murder on the Coastline Express. Excuse me, what is this about the crickets again? Yeah, this is the fast travel system. Anyone who hasn't seen this yet, you can just do this. Also, that cable right there is at the the origin of the game engine. I don't know why that happens, but there's always one there. I didn't put it there. I placed all these things a while ago here. I just have not interacted with the big stone in the middle to beat the game because, again, I don't really care. That's not the point of this playthrough. Calidor is this one. I just have to recognize the icons. Just in time, too. All my snails are getting hungry again. Where does the space elevator go to? It goes from Calidor to Sylva. I started on Calidor, and I flew to Sylva with the space elevator. And then I'm just teleporting back so that I don't have to ride it. It takes like, I think, about 3 minutes to ride the elevator portion, and then like another minute to ride the rails to and from the home bases. But it goes from this planet right here to Sylva. Sylva being in this direction where I'm circling my cursor. I'm looking north right now. And again, based on the diagrams I had, Sylva is directly to the above the North Pole of Calidor, which is the planet we're on right now. Hopefully I've answered all the questions. If I miss a question... Oh, God. Hold on. Snails, stop. Snails, please, stop. I'll feed you. Stop making noise. Okay, anyways. Hopefully I've answered all your questions. If I missed any questions, feel free to ask them again. I won't be, like, upset with that. If I just straight up missed a chat question, like, I do want to be told about that. I need to get better about not missing chat. Reading chat is hard. Streaming is hard. Okay, anyways, whenever you want, you can watch the Apollo clip. That's how I towed the lunar module. You can more or less see the whole setup. There was a prior attempt before I did that where I lost it on landing and I had to save scum because I couldn't find it anymore. I got it all the way to Calidor from De Solo, but then it touched down extremely hard. It bounced and I lost it somewhere in the void of space and I don't know where it went, so I had to scum that save and do a second try. It's just as well though, the first try got VOD muted and the second try didn't, so the second try ended up being the better one. Because I guess interstellar music is too good for Twitch. Can't have people listening to that. I'm sure it's costing John Interstellar lots of money for me to stream that, but it is what it is. The timing on the second one worked out really well though, the song ends right when I land. I didn't put it over the video in post, this is a Twitch VOD. Like I actually somehow got lucky and got it to work out that way. Alright, so that's more or less the base tour. In case I haven't shown off anything related to this is our storage sorter, which is on hold for this stream because I'm going to be working on the farming incentive instead. I'm reading chat. I'll answer your question in a second here. But this is the thing that has been making the ping noise, or the recall failed noises. This train is basically a sorter for all the resources I have right now, which is up to the metals. I don't have any chemistry lab stuff being sorted yet. This thing is on a timer. It moves back and forth, and these auto arms will grab things off of the train and place them in their appropriate silos. And it will take items off of this storage platform and put them on the train. That's our sorting system. The thing is, when I get too far away from it, it doesn't work, which is an issue I'll go into later. And the items end up in these silos over here with these little storage display racks, and the goal eventually is to fill all this out. How long have I been playing Astro? I got this game not when it released. Like after the release, I don't remember how much longer. I basically was playing the game before the automation update, but I don't remember how much before that. I did not play this game in beta. It was definitely not when it was early access. I did not have to survive the cube storms and like hide in shelters and put things in holes in the ground. I started playing, I believe, before the automation update. Before they added like all the storage silos and stuff. So I was still using like medium storages and medium storage silos to hold materials is what I was doing. That's roughly when I started playing this game. And I love the science potential of this game. So I'm glad that's interesting to you, because that's really the highlight of this game, I think. Like the progression of the game was fun and all, but I've done it before. What I like doing is seeing the new updates and testing the limits of like how I can automate them, like what new stuff I can do. And then going back to old classics, like flying around in winch rovers and thruster rovers, just to see just what can I get away with? What does the game allow me to do? Like towing solar arrays between planets. I'm dropping frames right now. I need to lower my graphics quality. We're not testing the shadows anymore. So let me go ahead and lower all this back down to minimum. Honestly, this doesn't even look that bad. That one was on medium, I think. And we'll leave everything else the same. It doesn't look that bad with low quality shadows. Like, yeah, it's a little bit crusty, but I need the stream to perform well. The storms were fun. I mean, I guess maybe they were fun. I never played with them. All I know is everybody that I've ever like read a message from who has talked about the storms said that the storms were awful and they're glad that they got removed. So I don't know, maybe my opinion is bad though, because I never actually played with the storms. I do wish that there were more challenges to this game, but the storms were not it. Because my understanding of the storms, for anyone who's not familiar, is basically there were these like weather cycles that moved around the surface of the planet sort of randomly, and pretty much if one of those storms came over your base, it jostled all of the physics items that were not like tied down, and it just killed you, like with random debris flying around in the storm. There were like cubes flying around that would just hit you and more or less instantly kill you. So every time a storm came over your base, you basically had to hide in a shelter, put all of your stuff in holes in the ground, and wait for like 3 minutes for the storm to pass. It wasn't fun. It wasn't interesting. Nobody liked it. I wish they would add something more interesting, like in that vein, but I think it was definitely the right decision to take the storms out, because that sounds awful. So they did what they could. I would like to see the storms come back, but in a more interesting form, like storms that do specific things and not just jostle around your items, like storms that fuck with your power infrastructure or something, not just storms that throw cubes at you and kill you. I don't know what exactly they could do with it. That's kind of up to the devs to work something out with that. But as it is, the game is better without them. I do wish this game was a little bit harder. Like, the challenge really is making your own fun and not dealing with the challenges the game gives you, because it doesn't really give you any challenges at all. Like, it does have a mission system now, but the missions aren't terribly difficult. Like, don't get me wrong, I love the fact that the missions are in the game. I think they're a fantastic addition, but they're not very difficult. There's nothing super challenging here. So anyways, the last thing that we're going to do before I go back to the farming simulator part of the stream is I want to see what this thing does. I was about to start farming and then I remembered we didn't see what this does. They added this in the update. I have not spoiled myself on this. I do not know what this thing does when you use it. Global stability, 91.41%. I don't know what that means either. So what we're going to do with this thing is we're going to take it over here. Maybe over to the top of this hill or over to this ditch or something. And we're going to use it and just see what happens. So if it deploys an undestroyable item, I want to make sure it's not in the way of any of my roads. So I'm going to place it out here. Okay, that was incredibly ominous, but I don't know what that did. That lowered its global stability. The flavor text did not change. Did anyone notice anything else happen? Keep touching it. I could. I don't want to destroy it in case it's like non-renewable and it goes away. I want to see if it did anything. Or is it related to these marbles? It doesn't look like it spawns anything. Am I feeling dangerous enough to actually use this in my base? We could screw around with these marbles a little bit and see if it does anything with those, because it has... If anyone, I'm going to skim over the text, but it has this LRD thing written on it, which I think is short for Lord, because people call these like Lord Dragon and Lord Checkers and whatnot. So I'm wondering what these do. So let's take one of the ones we have a lot of, like Zebra, Lord Zebra, and see if this does anything. Have I built a fully automated scrap factory? I'm specifically not doing that in this playthrough because I feel like it's less interesting than needing to set up auto extractors. So one of the things on my to-do list for this playthrough is to set up auto extractors on every resource. And in the case of the one on Sylva, I'm actually going to use the space elevator to automatically bring zinc over to this planet. So I think it'd be more interesting. Like, you can build a scrap factory, for anyone who doesn't know, where you basically, you feed it like raw materials. I think you produce like, I think you turn soil into resin, you turn resin into canisters, you shred the canisters into scrap, and then you trade the scrap for the metals, like the more advanced materials, and then the metals go into a chemistry lab to produce nanocarbon alloy. And gases are the only thing you can't automate, which is interesting in its own right, but I think it's more interesting to have to actually set up the rail infrastructure. Like, I had not played the rail update before this update came out, so this was all new to me, and I wanted to specifically build a playthrough around these rails. As it turns out, the rails are a lot more limited and disappointing than I was hoping they would be, but at the very least, I was able to dick around with them a bit, and having the challenge of setting up auto extractors with automated trains to bring things to and from your base I thought was more interesting than setting up a scrap factory. So the rule I've imposed myself on this playthrough is I am not allowed to automate the trading of scrap is basically the rule I've set up. I can manually trade things if I need like titanium or something and I don't have any, but I am not allowing myself to automate the trading of scrap for materials is where I've drawn the line. I have not decided how I want to handle astronium, because astronium is the other material you can trade. I might allow myself to automate trading for like packages and stuff, because I think you can get packages of astronium. Anyways, here we have a marble. Is this going to do anything? I'm extremely disappointed. Okay, the best build is collect Astronium, backpack thrusters, shred them for scrap. Okay, yeah, I guess that kind of makes sense. Did the sky? Yeah, the clouds lit up when I did that. Oh. Wait, hold on. Wait, was that there before? That wasn't like that before, was it? Did the sky change to the marble pattern? Again, I don't know what this does. Did the first time I used it do that? I would have noticed this, right? I don't think it did that the first time. That ain't the marble pattern, though. I don't know what that pattern is. Like, it's running not quite along the band of stars on the equator. The clouds didn't change, right? The clouds lit up. Let's try it with a different marble. How much stability does this have? 45.51% stability. When you unpack them, they change to a different marble. Yeah, I think you can use them, right? You know, let's try that. Let's use the marble and see what it does. I think it changes to a different marble as well, or it might just disappear sometimes. Yeah, there we go. Okay, it changed to the leopard marble this time, which I can't help but notice is moving on its own, or it was moving up this hill. What did they do? Okay, hold on a second. I'm like 99% sure I saw this marble moving on its own. Like it was rolling up the hill. This is your favorite one? Okay, well let's get a different one then. And if you like this one, let's get another zebra marble. And tell me, I'd like to figure it out unless you think it's so obtuse I'm never going to figure it out. Alright, so let's go ahead and interact with this one. Like, I'm not gonna, like, ban you from the chat or anything if you tell me what they do. I am curious, but I'd like to figure it out if you think it's obvious. That marble's absolutely going somewhere. Is it gonna go up? There's no way that they have this much speed. It's moving on its own. Chat, it has a mind of its own. Come on, you can do it. You can do it, little buddy. You can get up the hill. You can go wherever it is you're trying to go. Or is it going? It's not going towards me. No, it's going over there now. I don't want to pick it up. I want to see if I can nudge it up this hill. I want to see if it keeps moving. Alright, where do you want to go now? This is so strange. I don't know what they did. Like, gravity would pull it towards the poles, but, like, it is very distinctly moving faster than these would normally. Alright, now where are you going? Do you want to go to this thing? No, you're just rolling around on your own. I wonder if it just... Does it go towards anything, or does it just go wherever it wants? Alright, well, we're going down the ramp. Oh, no, please don't go down there. Alright, well, looks like we're going down there. There's no way they added pathfinding in this game. There's no universe where this thing is like pathfinding towards something. I would be astonished. It just jumped. It tried to jump over something. It does roll toward a point. Does it change where it's rolling if it gets stuck? Because I'm not seeing a consistent pattern here. Or is it just trying to get out of this pit right now? Like, there's no way they added pathfinding to this game for the sole purpose of letting these marbles go to places. That's insane. Where do you want to go, buddy? Where are you taking me? Okay, you can spoil it, Zelly, if you know where the marble is going. What is it doing? Where is it going right now? It seems to be having difficulty getting there. Or does it just pick a random point and then just try to go there, and then when it gets there, it picks a different one? It rolls towards the center of the true flat zones. Are you sure? That ain't what it's doing right now. The center of true flat would have been the pit that I had over there, so the compass isn't going to... No, the compass is going to show it. I think I put a beacon above it. True flat center is over here right now, in the direction that I'm, like, pointing my camera. I guess the marble's kind of trying to go there. Like, the thing is, the marbles used to... I think they're sphere primitives in the Unreal Engine, so, like, they would generally just roll towards the center of gravity, which if you're in true flat, that is naturally going to be the center of the true flat zone. That's the lowest energy state. But the thing is, this marble is moving back and forth. I'm gonna pick it up. I'm gonna pick it up and see if it keeps moving. This is normal marble behavior right here. So picking it up causes it to stop moving around. Oh, never mind. I touched it and it took off again. Well, picking up caused it to stop moving around until I touched it and I woke it up. But I don't know that it's actually trying to go towards the center of the true flat. You don't have to use it again, apparently. Look, I don't know much more than anyone else here does, I think, but maybe Zelly's got something on this that I don't. But I'm not observing the consistent behavior I was expecting. I'm looking for the gateway. Okay, we ran under. Let me take it back up to the top. I don't want to be down in this cave. Let's do this somewhere else. Need to get back under the gateway. Actually, it was moving away from the core, I think. So these gateways, unfortunately, on the compass don't actually correlate to where the center of the world is, because they snap to your compass even when you're very far away from them. The actual center is over here where I put this green beacon, and I think there might be a wall cutting me off from it. Yeah, I have read up on like why they were originally added to the game. I guess they were a dev tool for lighting and shading, as you're saying there. There we go. This is the actual center. They kept them in because people liked them, which is cool. But what I'm wondering is what they do now. Kimi, thank you for the follow. Like, what did they do to them now is the question. Oh, by the way, I have this big underground base. So this is the normal behavior. It's rolling towards the center of gravity, is what it's doing right now. This is what we would expect. And if I stop it, it'll just keep rolling towards it. But the thing is, it definitely had a mind of its own. What does that redeem do? You should read the text for it. Basically, it doesn't do anything. It deletes your money. That's what the money hole does. You throw it in, and you never see your money again. Yeah, it's back to default behavior. They're just a curious item now. Okay, so you're saying you're not sure then if they actually are going towards anything other than a randomly chosen point? I got scammed? What do you mean I got scammed? Oh, Kimi got scammed. Well, I mean, you didn't get scammed at all. Read the text. It literally says you never get your money back. You throw it in the hole. Where does the money go? Nobody knows. Okay, I think the AI turned off. Yeah, I don't know. This is weird. Did the thing I did to the sky, did that wear off yet? No, there's no way that wore off. I still see it. I activated the thingamajig, and now my whole sky is lit up. And you know what? There's only one thing to do. Investigate. So let's get our trusty marble and go on a little trip. This was supposed to be a farming stream, but this is way more interesting than farming, so... Anyone who hasn't seen this yet, let's take the winch rover for a ride. We're going in. We gotta go in for a closer look. How much integrity? 52%. Gotta save it and make me play Pixel Man. No, you really don't, honestly. You could just not do that and then not make me play Pixel Man. Which is this is for a different game. Don't worry if you have no idea what I'm talking about. It's for Spelunky. Another game I regrettably play for some reason. Alright, so anyways, here's the flying machine that I've talked about a couple times for anyone who's just stopping by or hasn't seen this yet. This is the winch variant. I would not recommend towing things through space with this. Place it under your gateway and you'll stay dead center. Yeah, but I think that's because gravity just pulls it there. Like, the marble was literally moving, as in it was like trying to go somewhere is what I'm talking about. Like, I placed it on the ground and it rolls towards the gateway. That's what you would expect. But when I interacted with it, it like gained sentience and it was like bouncing and jumping. Like there was something more to it than just rolling towards the center of the planet, which is what it's doing right now. It's rolling towards the gateway because that is the lowest point in my base. You can see how everything is tilted here because this is true flat. Like the base is true flat. Gravity is not true flat, so I'm basically in a giant bowl as far as the gravitational pull is concerned, so it's definitely going to go to the middle. So I'm just wondering like what the AI version of the marble was attempting to do. So let me grab my special one here. Anyways, we're not testing that right now. We're going back into space with the winch rover to investigate the weird like rainbow pattern that has appeared in the sky. Because this is probably easier to do with a rover than a rocket, because I can make the rover go wherever I want it to. So is this just like a weird texture? Like floating out in the sky, or is there actually something more to this? Or is it infinitely far away? I wonder if I can even go to this. Or if it's infinitely far away and visible from any of the planets. This stream just got completely derailed by these damn marbles, and I'm not even upset, honestly. I don't think I'm getting any closer to it, so it's beyond the star level, pretty much. Or rather, it's beyond the cloud layer. It's somewhere where the stars are. I don't think you can actually go to it. I think it's just at a fixed distance from the player at all times. I don't see any parallax occurring relative to the stars with this thing. I need to not go too far out if Space Kraken will kill me, but I don't see it parallaxing. I think each of those triangles is jostling a little bit. They have like a vertex shader on it, but I don't think it's actually moving at all. I wonder then if this is just an Easter egg. Hey, Aatrox. I wonder if this is just an Easter egg for now, then it doesn't actually like functionally do anything. Very interesting nonetheless. I don't know how I accidentally wound up at Aatrox. I was expecting to just keep going into the void of space. You know, maybe we'll investigate this in the future then. I'll see if this like persists between saves or if it does anything else. But I'm not sure what other purpose this served. I don't think it had anything to do with the marble gaining sentience. This is very confusing. At this point I might look this up and see if anybody else has like figured out what this stuff does. I'm curious if it has any gameplay implications. Or if it really is just for memeing. Anyways, I need to get back home now, so I need to find Calidor again, which is going to be difficult from this far away. I kind of flew off into the distance a little further than I had intended to. I'm looking for rails right now, like in the void of space. You're not going to be able to see them at 720p from this far away, but I am looking for rails as I make my way back over to Aatrox. And every time you see the camera jittering like this is the game doing that. The game wants the camera to point here, where it is right now. I want the camera to point down. And we cannot settle on this apparently, because the game is continuously pulling the camera to the previous position, which is super irritating. On top of this thing also being incredibly difficult to control, because winches are definitely not designed to do this. Oh, never mind. Hey, I forgot we have the beacon. We know where Calidor is because it says recall failed every 30 seconds. Never mind. We're good to go. We just head towards the beacon. Oh, Astroneer, you're such a silly video game. You know, while we're near Aatrox, I might as well go grab a couple more Cauldrangias, because I want at least 4 of them. So never mind, we're going to do some litho breaking here. Let's go grab a couple more. And then we'll find the beacon. I love the fact that this stupid glitch that is messing with my storage system is a beacon. Like, it actually has a purpose. It has a reason to exist, because that error message shows up anywhere in space at the actual location of the planet. So I just had to look around, wait a few seconds, and see if I could spot it. Alright, so here we are. Aatrox. Let's go find a couple more Cauldrangias. I'm just opportunistically doing this, because why not? How did I get stuck in this thing? This was not what I was expecting to get stuck in. Oh, no. No, game, please don't. Don't do this. Just get out of it. Get out. Get out. There we go. Okay, we're good. Alright, so I'm just looking around real quick to see if I could spot one of the plateau biomes. Doesn't look like there's one here, so let's fly somewhere else. There's one. Okay, there might be some near this gateway. These plateaus, I think, always generate near gateways on Aatrox, and this is where the Cauldrangias spawn, if they're going to spawn at all during these events. Or this is where I found every single one of them on this planet. I think they pick a biome, and they always spawn in that particular biome during these events. They're a little hard to spot though with all the haze, but these are the fastest ones by the look of things, so I do want a couple more of them. I don't see one though, and I think I need to retension the winch. I'm starting to tumble. This is what I was talking about, the winch accumulating floating point areas if you use it for too long or fly too far with it. And I flew really far past this planet, so I need to retension the winch because I think it's offset enough that it's causing me to lose control. Just quirks of the physics engine. So let's go ahead and flip it over again. That's why the second winch is here, for anyone who is wondering. I specifically needed to flip this over, and unsuccessfully. Let's try it again from this side. It usually works better from here. Unfortunately, these rovers have like Half-Life 2 vehicle physics where they just like really aggressively try to flip themselves upright. And it actually makes it very difficult to do this on a slope because I'm trying to get it to tip over and it's just close enough that it can right itself, which I do not want it to do. This should be good. I just need to take this off now. This is the camera angle. I don't have any good visual aids other than sort of near where these two like posts or these two like frame bars or whatever. I don't know what those would be called. I ain't no automotive expert. But roughly here is where I usually stick it, and that gets you enough tension that you can control the vehicle, but it still has enough force to fly because physics. Okay, I don't know where I was. Right, there were no Caldrangias there, so we're going up this way. See, how long have I been streaming? We might grab the Caldrangias and call it on the stream, and then next time I stream, I'll pick up on the farming again. I think that's what I might do. It's getting a little bit late, so I might end stream soon here. So we'll grab a couple more Caldrangias, go back to Calidor, and then I think I will end the stream on that note before it gets super late in the night, because my schedule's a mess, and I do need to fix it at some point. Don't get stuck. Don't get stuck. Don't get stuck. Come on. Fly up. 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 There you go. Perfect. Beautiful. So I'm just kind of skimming the surface, trying to see if I can spot one. Not much luck so far. Don't know how rare these are. I feel like they were more common last time they did this event. Keeping an eye out for marbles as well, if any show up. I might as well have the compass open. Usagi might be able to show me something. I do have an Usagi indicator on the map right now, but that's almost certainly just a wreckage, which I'm not interested in. Didn't find any portable smelters, so I'll probably have to trade Astronium for those, but I think we'll be getting plenty of Astronium from the pumpkins later on. Oh, there's the shadows! Huh. Just by accident. We happen to be in the right spot to have the shadows get cast onto us. Interesting. Also, recall failed. Well, if you blinked it, you missed it, but it happened naturally there. So if chat hadn't told me about that, I think that right there would have tipped off my curiosity, and we would have gone down that rabbit hole. But anyways, we know what the answer is for the shadows. They're just from another planet. It could be any of the planets I placed rails on. It's most likely Sylva, but I did place rails on the other planets as well, so it could be like Novus. Any of them could do it. They just have to be able to cast a shadow on the planet that I'm currently on. I don't know why I'm not able to find any of these. Are these like really rare? Because I swear, last year they did a similar event to this one, and they spawned in these Caldrangias. These things were absolutely everywhere. Like I couldn't go 2 feet without finding one. And now I've only been able to find 2 on the surface of this entire planet. Yeah, that's the base for the helium. I didn't check. Oh, there's one. I guess I didn't check over here near the base. This would have been easier. I don't want to get out of the rover near those because I think those will actually blow up my rover since I have dynamite on it. So I need to kind of put it over to the side. There we go. I think I just saw a second one over in the distance. Alright, excuse me. Oh, there's 2 of them. Okay, we're good to go. We got the extra 2 that I wanted. Let's grab that. I need to not get hit by those, because those do explode, and I think they'll blow up the hydrazine in my backpack, which, again, won't kill me, because I have the snail that gives me invincibility. Oh, mega rude. But I would like not to lose the hydrazine, and have to go get more. I don't know why the devs like act like this particular planet is more difficult than the other ones. I mean, it's a little harder to navigate it, I guess, but there's really no reason to use the leisurely Caldrangia when you have access to the swift ones instead, which, again, I'm almost certain are the fastest ones. But I don't know, maybe if you just started your playthrough, you might not have access to going to any other planets at all. But like, it costs the same amount of fuel to go to any of the planets, so really once you unlock the rockets, there's no limiting factor. You could just go straight to Aatrox and grab a couple of these for the event. Just watch out for the wildlife. But I mean, you gotta watch out for the wildlife on any planet, really. They'll all try to kill you. Except for Sylva. I guess Sylva does have these things, so there is a use for the ones on Sylva. They're the first ones you're going to get. Alright, anyways, let's go back up into space, look for the signal, and go back to Calidor and then end the stream for today. This stream has been a ride, and I spent very little time actually farming. This is not how I was expecting this to go, and there's the signal. Recall failed. Let's head home. I love this stupid glitch. Part of me wants to like deliberately set one of those up on every planet, just so I have like a constant beacon telling me where the planets are. This game is so stupid. Devs, please fix that. Honestly. Just fix that. I'm memeing. I don't actually want that. I want my rails to work correctly. I'll go into details about why the rails don't work, like when I start working on the storage again. And the answer is it doesn't work from a distance, but I set it up in such a way that it also doesn't break. So like it'll spam an error message, but the error message doesn't mean anything. Basically software development in a nutshell. You get an error message and nothing seems to be going wrong, so you just leave it in the code. But that's more or less what I've been doing with these. So yeah, there's Sylva, that's the space elevator in front of me. I don't know if this rainbow is ever going to go away or not, but we're just going to leave it in the save and see if anything else happens. I might not actually do anything between streams because I don't really need to do anything. Like, I can kind of pick up where we left off, so I may not actually do any off-stream, like, nonsense. I might just pick right up where we left off. So we'll see. Don't know when I'll stream this again. Maybe over the weekend. I tend to stream like a couple times a week. I'm unfortunately not very consistent. And I have a fucked up sleep schedule on top of all that, just to make matters worse. I'm trying to be more consistent, but it's difficult. We didn't get to see what the gravity globe did either. We'll check out the gravity globe and then end the stream. That's what we'll do. I don't think the gravity globes do a whole lot. I think they're just an alternate vehicle, kind of like the hoverboard. I would have liked to land in the base, but I kind of overshot it a little bit. Skill issue. Don't go in that biome. Do not land in there. Okay, that's fine. Oh my god, that's actually a really good spot to land. That's not good. No, that's not, no, that's the opposite of what I wanted. Go up. I do not want to go in here. This place is full of holes. I'm gonna get stuck in them. I'm gonna have to tow the rover out with a winch. Recall failed. Recall failed spam there has like the same energy as like the player 1 indicator in Spelunky showing up every single level. Software development is hard, I guess. I don't know, I do need to report that bug at some point, but I'll probably just make a Twitch clip of it and just report that. Yeah, P1. So everyone, what are you doing? We have the better Twitch TV emote for that now. Get with the times. We should have it. I added it. There we go. Back at home. Alright, let's stick around with the gravity globe for a few minutes and then call it on the stream. Anyone who hasn't played Spelunky is going to have absolutely no idea what this is, and don't worry about it, is really all I have to say. It's a meme from a different bug in a different video game that has become kind of just everyone's making fun of it in the community because it's really stupid. Like a very easy to avoid but also harmless bug that just got into the release for some reason and nobody really understands why. Yeah, maybe someday I'll figure out the mystery of where the marbles are trying to go. Because again, they go towards the core when they're not like when they don't have the weird AI, but I don't know what they do when they have the weird AI. That's the thing I don't fully understand right now. Because they feel like they're trying to go to somewhere in particular. I just don't know where that somewhere is. I do want to unload these chest pieces before I forget. They're taking up inventory slots. Where is the other silo? I know I found a chess king that I never put away. Where is it, game? What happened to it? Where did it go? Damn it. No, whatever. Did I leave it on the other rover? No, it wasn't. Yeah, it was on the flying machine. I don't know where it went. Whatever. Whatever. I'll find it later. Doesn't matter. It don't matter. None of this matters. Let's go play with the gravity globe. Alright, so they added this in the latest update. What does this do? A specialized recreational sphere that offers excellent enrichment for astroneers and other sentient beings, which I think means the snails. I was spoiled on that. I already know the snails can ride these. Where did I put the second one? Let's give Usagi one. What Soviet would have wanted. Where's Usagi? There's Usagi. Here you go, have fun. I don't actually know what the snails do, or if they just move around randomly. Probably fall into the abyss. Now that I think about it, Usagi's going to the core, is what I fully expect to happen here. Oh, there's... reach top speed into gravity. That took me 2 seconds to do that. Why is that an achievement? I just held W for 2 seconds. Okay, I think it's literally just a giant hamster ball, the jump button. Excuse me. Usagi, what are you doing? Stop. Oh, God. Don't jostle my stuff around. Okay, I don't know if the gravity globes actually do anything useful. I wonder how fast they can go. Yeah, alright, my guess for what's happening here is Usagi is literally moving in random directions. Alright, buddy, I'm gonna have to ask you to calm down. No, don't go down there. No, no, not like this. God damn it. Oh, that goes all the way down there. Oh no, what have I done? I don't know how to find Usagi. Or the gravity... Oh, gooey. Did it go down here? I think I saw it go down here. It didn't bounce out, did it? Maybe it bounced back out and I thought I saw the particles run down here. I knew this. Oh, why did I do this? I knew this was going to happen. And I did it anyways. Usagi, did you bounce back out? Are you still up here? I don't know how to find the gravity globe again. Like, I can recall Usagi. I don't know how to find the gravity globe. Soviet, this is why I don't let Usagi have nice things. Okay, good. Usagi didn't actually fall down there. I was wrong. I misread it. Stop! Stop! Please! Okay, I misread it. I thought Usagi went down here. I think the ball must have bounced back out of the hole and gone back up. Okay, do these move around at all if you leave them on the ground? Yeah, they seem to just keep rolling even if you're not in them, so I do want to put them on a platform. Where can I put them? I don't really have any... I have one of these. I can use this. This is a mess. A pigsty. Alright, so let's say I want to try out the gravity globe before I end stream is see how far this thing can... or how fast this can go if I just, like, go down the ramp that I built with it. So drop that off over there. I'll deal with the chess piece later, I guess. Actually, do they do anything if you get in them while they're on a storage? Nope. Can't do anything. I don't see any slots on them. I don't think these gravity globes actually do anything useful. I mean, they're labeled as recreational items, so I didn't expect them to do anything revolutionary. Because they revolve. Because they're spheres. Look, chat, please don't leave. Wait like a couple more minutes before you leave. I'm sorry I said that. Alright, how fast can we go down this ramp? These things are incredibly difficult to control. Like, they're super unresponsive. Okay, they can go fairly fast. I would assume if I had a bigger ramp, I could get even further down that. But it seems like they could just jump. Yeah, I can't, like, boost or anything with it. Can it go up this ramp? Barely. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna have to look up... Now it's stopped. It won't even go up anymore. I'm gonna have to look up if these do anything else special, but I think they're just for dicking around. Maybe I could put the snails I'm not using in these balls and like put them in a hole somewhere where they can't escape. Have like a snail daycare. That'd be kind of cute. Not everything has to have a function. Oh, well, these are an interesting addition. I wish they did something. But we have a few mysteries in the future. So yeah, we're going to go ahead and end the stream here. So the next thing that I'm going to do on this stream is continue working on automating this system. I want to get like a fully automated like incentive by the end of this event. I don't want to have to actually do anything except launch the request platform. Because for some reason, you have to launch the platform manually. This thing right here, you cannot automate this. I don't know why. This request platform cannot be automated. I've tried signal pins, I've tried everything, I've looked this up. Nothing to be done. So I have to fire these on my own, but everything else I could automate the accumulation of all the gas canisters. Could make nice seats for a tourist sightseeing train. That's true. I mean, it's better than just sitting in a rover seat, I suppose. A little bit. But you have some shelter. It's cozy. Maybe it's got cup holders or something in it. That looks really uncomfortable. Where's the lumbar support? Good lord. That looks awful to sit in. I guess it has room for the backpack to slot into that spot. Maybe that's why it looks like that. Maybe they thought about the backpack. Whatever, anyways, I digress. I think we're about good to go here. I don't think I'm going to be doing much of anything between streams this time around. Because I don't have much I need to do. I'm just going to jump right back into this next time I start streaming. And then we'll see if we get derailed by rainbows in the sky or marbles or other such nonsense. Don't know what to expect. We'll see. This has been an interesting update. It's more content than I was expecting for an event update. Oh, by the way, that down there, that's a cursed half of a compound nugget. That got generated for some reason by a drill when I was digging down here with a rover, and it's there to stay because I can't interact with it or pick it up. I can only move it around with the winch. Once again, I digress. Let's go ahead and wrap up the stream here.